Recording in progress.
Good morning, honorable members, and good morning to our colleagues. Mr. Brown, I hope I'm audible. I hope my network is quite fine.
We can hear you, Chairperson. Thank you.
That's perfect. So good morning and welcome to our portfolio committee meeting today. We're welcoming the honorable members of the portfolio committee, the Department of Basic Education led by the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and the DG, and the contingent of your team. And we also sending our greetings to the stakeholders that might have joined us in this meeting today. Honorable members, in a manner or in a way of opening this meeting, today we are considering the third quarter report of the department. It's one of the crucial aspects of our oversight responsibilities, ensuring that we get updated reports on progress on the commitments the department have made in their annual plan. I do hope that, Sis Posh, can you please mute? Thank you. I do hope that members had an opportunity to go through the 102 slides presentation as sent to us earlier in the week. And also let's appreciate the department for some of the responses that we've received since our last meeting. I do hope that we have fruitful engagements on this presentation. Honorable members, we did, of course, after the tabling of the budget in Parliament, we did release a statement on behalf of the committee, although, of course, the budget has not been adopted or approved, but we did appreciate the additional funding that, based on the proposed budget, is allocated to basic education, which we believe is going to bring serious relief on the things that we've seen on the ground while we conducted our oversight visits. We also welcome to the addition of the spending allocation on learners in the ECD area, from an allocation of 17 rand per day per learner to 24 rand. Of course, it is still not enough, but we believe that this additional allocation will really go a long way in ensuring that there is crucial support that is given to the ECD sector by the department. and that we do hope that in the deliberation of political parties, when we look at the adoption of the budget, that we ensure that we safeguard this move in the right direction. We believe that the sector has really been bleeding because of the financial constraints. And we believe that these additional resources allocated to the sector will definitely assist the department to ensure that the provision of education, it's a provision of quality education in conducive environment. Further, honorable members, you would have received the information about the oversight visit that we will be undertaking in the coming week, that it is approved, and that we are going to start with the visit to Northwest to finalize the petition that we undertook some weeks ago. We've engaged with the Portfolio Committee on Public Works. We're not too sure what their arrangements are. However, we'll continue to engage with them to try and ascertain if they are joining us on this visit that we agreed upon in the last session when we adjourned the session on the petition in the Northwest. Now, with that said, honorable members, you're all welcome, and the department as well, you're all welcomed. Can we fly to the agenda, Mr. Brown, so that we can get to apologies, if we have any apologies, and further, please just deal with the attendance register, because we are on a virtual platform, so that members, we can confirm the attendance of the members on the platform. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Chairperson. The attendance register for members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Mayimela, Honorable Govana, Honorable Low, Honorable Magagula, Honorable Christians, Dr. Christians, Honorable Jordan, Honorable Gasa. I also have Honorable Shikwambana and Honorable Komane. Apologies received from Honorable Webster, Chairperson, and then apologies from the Office of the Minister. From the Minister. Oops.
Who is iPhone who's not muted? Can you also rename your gadget?
Thank you, Chairperson.
Can iPhone rename their gadget? Or is it Mr. Brown?
No, Chair, I'm not iPhone.
Okay, iPhone has their hand up.
Yes, Chairperson. iPhone belongs to Honorable Ping Mgati.
Honorable Mgati, please rename the gadget, and you are welcome.
Okay, thanks.
So on the attendance register, Mr. Brown, also record Honorable Mgati.
I have Honorable Mgadi, thanks, Chairperson. And then from the department's side, Minister has a cabinet appointment later this morning, so she might have to leave us a bit earlier. I know the Deputy Minister has also indicated that she's currently traveling from abroad. And then DG is in the meeting, but I know that he may have connectivity issues, and if he's not available, Mr. Pariachi from the DDG will take over from him. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Honorable Mgati, can you please mute your gadget? Thank you for those apologies, Mr. Brown. Honorable Minister, one, we don't want to create the culture of the political heads not being in the portfolio committee, especially on an important report as this one. So noting that the DM is not here and that you have a cabinet meeting, and we are told the DG is having connectivity issues, you must know that we really don't want to create that culture. We want to be assured that the political leadership of the department will be in the meeting, and of course also that the DG will be in the meeting, because we don't want to speak to the other officials alone, and yourselves, you are not in the meeting. So that is one thing that it's important that you note. We don't want to create that culture at all. Given the apologies, and Honorable Minister, I'm noting your hand. I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond when you introduce the team and the presentation. Given the attendance register and noting the apologies, we do have the necessary quorum to continue with our meeting. On our agenda, honorable members, we have one item, which is the briefing on the third quarter report by DBE, and also the comprehensive action plan that has timeframes to address the Auditor General's audit findings. Now, we are going to allow the department a period of about 25 minutes to conclude the presentation. 25 minutes, we believe it will be enough, given the length of the presentation. Just to say to the presenters, try to go to the critical areas, because we know where you derive your mandate from. So go to the critical areas so that you are able to cover base and really highlight the important issues that you believe the committee ought to note and engage on. So you've got 25 minutes. That is the entirety of the presentation. And from there on, I'm going to allow members. We've started at 9:30. We should end our discussions at least at 12:30, so that the 30 minutes remaining is for us to really catch up on minutes that we've not adopted. And if there are reports that we've not adopted, also look at those reports. So can we now allow the Honorable Minister to lead the team in the presentation, and also use that opportunity to respond on our concern. And I raise that concern because in the last meeting, honorable members raised this concern, and also respond to that concern. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and a very good morning to the honorable members. I take the point fully. I want to assure the Chair and the members that really it is my intention to try and be at the meetings for their entirety, because of course the feedback that we get from the members is useful. I just do want to indicate that obviously we had a scheduling issue last week where I was meant to be both in the NA and in the NCOP. And as you know, as the chair indicated even last week, that Parliament does try to kind of balance the demands of both houses, but sometimes it's not always possible. So that was the reason for last week. With regards to the cabinet commitments, Chairperson, we have raised this with the DP to indicate that Tuesdays in particular are very difficult for ministers, because we often are required to be appearing before portfolio committees. So it is an ongoing discussion on how we can work around our cabinet commitments, because at the end of the day, in as much as we have cabinet commitments, we also have parliamentary commitments, and we have to come and account to Parliament, because it is we are accounting here to the people of South Africa. And so I really do want to assure the members that it's not my intention to come in, give opening remarks and leave. But it's something that is of concern to me, and something that we would like to deal with. On the cabinet side, as I said, it's not just me. There are a number of ministers who have also raised this with the DP about how do we balance the cabinet committees and Parliament. The DG is in the meeting, Chairperson, so he will be able to respond and lead the team effectively. And there's a number of DDGs that are on here. But I do want to assure the members that on balancing the two houses of parliament, it is slightly out of my hands. But on the cabinet commitments, we have requested, a number of us have requested an intervention from the DP around that. But nonetheless, then, Chair, so I'm hoping that the members can accept my apology with regards to that. And usually the DM and I would split the responsibilities. I would go to cabinet and then she could be around. But it just so happened today that she's still traveling back from the US. So that's the reason. But nonetheless, Chairperson, if you'd allow me to just give a quick introduction on the work that we are doing here today. We are presenting the third quarter of the 2024-2025 financial year. And so this presentation will basically reflect the department's achievements, the challenges, and the progress that we've made with regards to the APP. And so I just wanted to essentially just highlight some key indicators. We've successfully reviewed our performance against the key indicators such as improvement in literacy, numeracy, as demonstrated in the TIMS report and in the TIMS results. And of course, we have seen some great concerning results from that, and that South Africa's grade 9 learners showed a notable progress, which is good, particularly in mathematics, where we've increased from 389 score in 2019 to 397 in 2023. And additionally, we thoroughly prepared for the NSC examinations, which saw over 800,000 candidates being registered to complete the examinations. However, this was marred, Chairperson and members, by the issue around the data leak, which is still under investigation by the Hawks, and the DG and I are watching that pretty closely so that we can make sure that our processes are tightened. Some major highlights: the Deputy Minister and I conducted visits across several provinces and visiting several schools in KwaZulu-Natal, Gauteng, Northern Cape, Northwestern Free State, and of course these were essentially targeted at assessing the readiness for the NSC exams. We also received the SACMEC results, which is the regional benchmarking test. And we saw that we are achieving scores that are above the 500 center point in both literacy and mathematics. This is an achievement because this achievement is marked a significant reduction in the percentage of non-readers and innumerate learners. So the progress is there, Chairperson, on these things, but it is rather slow, and we want to make sure that we really amplified. Then just in terms of program highlights, program 1, we made significant strides in internal development, including the submission of the estimates of the national expenditure to the National Treasury, and hosting a productive audit committee meeting. Under curriculum, we conducted visits to 20 secondary schools across 5 provinces to monitor the implementation of CAPS, the curriculum. Under program 3, which is teacher development, we successfully appointed 2,998 qualified educators aged 30 and below across all provincial education departments. When one looks at program 4, which is planning, information and assessment, we successfully obviously managed the rollout of the NSC exams without any major irregularities, which we are very proud of. And under program 5, which is educational enrichment services, we monitored 33 schools as part of the school nutrition program to ensure effective implementation. Because as you know, Chairperson, this is obviously a very important part of the work that we do. For the 2025 financial year, the total appropriation for the department was 32 billion rand, with over 27 billion rand allocated to transfer payments, including conditional grants, transfer to public entities. On terms of the audit action plan, I'm pleased to report that for the 2023-2024 financial year, the department received an unqualified audit opinion with no matters of emphasis. And we continue to work on our audit action plan to make sure that the governance and accountability standards are maintained to improve ultimately the work that we are doing. So that is just the summary of what you will be receiving, Chair and honourable members, on this particular report. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister. The team can continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, is Mr. Padiachi here. Good morning also to the Minister, DG. The presentation will be done by Ms. Mbonambi and will be followed by the CFO on the financial matters. Nasipo?
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members, Minister, as well as DBE Management. Honestly, Minister has covered quite a bit in terms of this presentation. She covered all the major highlights. And I think I will just add on the G20 education ministerial meeting, where the minister took over presidency of the education working group in October in Brazil. And the focus in terms of the G20 on education is the 3 sub-bullets: quality foundational learning, mutual recognition of qualifications in global context, and education and professional development for a changing world. And most importantly, South Africa assumed the G20 presidency in December under the theme solidarity, equality, and sustainability. So this slide and the following 3.
Ms. Nosipo, your network is not that stable. I don't know, maybe it's where you are seated. Perhaps if you move a bit, it's not that stable.
Okay.
No, Chair. In fact, to say that is not stable, it's very bad. Nosipo needs to do something. She's hardly audible. Or change your devices. Try another device. It's very bad.
I'm using the office one, DG.
You sound better now. Much better. Much
I
better.
sound better.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me try one more time. Thank you so much, Chairperson, honorable members, Minister, DG, and senior management. I'm not sure if I was even audible when I covered the 20, which I indicated that Minister covered most of the highlights. And just to add on the G20 education ministerial meeting, and she took over presidency of the G20 education working group meeting in Brazil in October. And together with the Minister of Higher Education, Dr. Nkabane, Minister outlined priorities of the education working group for 2025, which are quality foundational learning, the role of the ECCE to improve the quality of foundational learning, mutual recognition of qualifications in a global context, and education professional development for a changing world. Also, it's key to indicate that South Africa assumed the G20 presidency in December under the theme Solidarity, Equality, Sustainability. This slide and the next 3 ones comparing the performance. In this slide, we are comparing Q3 2023-24, which is previous financial year, and the current Q3, which is 24-25. In the Q3 of the previous financial year, the department achieved 100% on the 9 quarterly indicators, whereas in the current Q3, current financial year, 8 out of the 9 quarterly indicators were fully achieved, and 1 under program 1 was partially achieved. I will get to the reason when I start in the program 1. These are the pie charts, still comparing the same statuses, Q3 of 23-24 and Q3 of 24-25. This slide compares the Q2 of 24-25, which was 100% achieved on the 9 quarterly indicators, with the Q3 of the same financial year, where I've already indicated in the previous slide that 8 of the indicators were fully achieved and 1 is partially achieved, which is under program 1. This pie chart also expresses the same. The indicators, honorable members, where there are 9 quarterly indicators that I will focus on. The annual targets, we have provided the milestones, and where the milestones are also numbers, we have reflected for all 3 quarters so that we see how far we are. But I will focus on the quarterly indicators, the one that are color-coded. So there will be only 1 color-coded in amber because it's partially achieved. Others, the 8 are fully achieved. So to focus on this one partially achieved, 1.1% of valid invoices paid within 30 days upon receipt by the department. The achievement is 96%. And the reason for deviation is the delays in the administrative, it's administrative delays between supply chain and finance units. There was a delay of 21 invoices, which were paid later than the 30 days. And as a corrective action, managers will now use an invoice tracking register to monitor the unprocessed invoices daily. So there has been engagements within the 2 units, and also they have identified where the problem was. The following indicators, as indicated, the 1.1.2 is green, it's achieved. 1.1.3, we've reported a milestone, but it's also achieved. 1.1.4 is achieved. The next one is a milestone. 1.2.2 is achieved. And also, Minister has covered at least the first bullet on this one. I think we can also highlight in terms of submitting the second quarterly report during the reporting period. Program 2, there's 1 quarterly indicator which has been achieved, and otherwise all the annual targets we have reported on the milestones. So I will not also go indicator by indicator on the annual targets, but I can assure the committee that where the targets or achievement rather seem to be far from the target, the annual target, we have communicated to the branches to check if these indicators will be achieved by the end of the financial year, such as the 2.3.7, where the target is 30 and the achieved is 9, as in Q3, but they have confirmed as the program that this target will be achieved. And on this slide, also, the minister has touched on some of the bullets. I can highlight the history ministerial task team progress report that was also presented to the portfolio committee. And the last 2 bullets on the DG, firstly, the provincial engagements to all the provinces, in terms of monitoring the state of readiness for examination and the commencement of the new academic year. And DG also supported and monitored 92 schools in 10 districts in Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and Western Cape as part of the last push. That was for learner support program in preparation for the 2024 National Senior Certificate. This slide and the next one reflecting on the workbooks that have been delivered to schools. This slide is volume 1, which is at 100%. Workbooks delivered to all schools. This slide is volume 2 workbooks at by end of December. The percentages for schools and for workbooks delivered were 79. There were 79.4% schools and workbooks 69.7%. But also to confirm that the program we followed up, and they have indicated that by now or by Feb, the workbooks delivered were 100% to schools. This one is program 3. These are all annual targets in program 3. So we have reported on the milestones, and the second one, 3.1.4, was already covered by the minister also in her opening remarks. I can highlight the third bullet, because Minister covered the second bullet on the National Teacher Awards to encourage good work by the teachers, which was held in October, and the training of the 15 school governing body members of Central Secondary School in Northwest Province, who were trained on policy development and roles and responsibilities on 25 and 26 October. This slide is a reflection of the placement of Funza Lushaka graduates per province, first column being provinces, and employed, it's 1,852 had been placed by end of quarter 3, and the last column is employment rate, which was at 53.1% by end of December. The figure at the bottom Funza Lushaka graduates issued 83 graduates that were eligible for placements in schools, and 1,852 were placed. This slide, Minister has already covered. Program 4, the targets are all annual, but we have reported also on the milestone as indicated earlier. Infrastructure indicators, these 2 targets have been achieved. The third one has also been achieved, 4.1.4 classrooms built through ACD, target is 65, and achieved is 44, but the program manager has indicated that the target will be achieved of 65 by the end of the financial year. This is Program 4, what's covered in the slide, which the Minister has already covered, is the preparation of the examinations. But here I will only highlight the first bullet, which talks to the question papers for the May-June 2025, as well as the November examinations. Out of the 158 question papers required, 142 have already been set and moderated, as well as approved by UMALUS. And the 16 question papers will be sourced from the question paper bank. Program 5 has also a number of quarterly targets, which have been achieved, hence they are shaded in green. 5.1.1, schools monitored for the provision of nutritious meals, achieved. 5.1.2 is a milestone. 5.1.3 is also achieved, implementation of the National School Safety Framework. 5.1.4, stakeholders reached through social cohesion programs has also been achieved. 5.1.5, stakeholders reached to end school-related gender-based violence has been achieved. 5.1.6 is a milestone on the SAST programs. And the last one is 5.1.7, which is also a milestone. The last slide on the program 5. Okay, last but one slide. Minister covered the second bullet and the fourth bullet. I can also cover the last one on the learners that have received health screening services, 862,461 learners, and 1.2 million learners have been reached through the integrated school health services. And lastly, the integrated school health policy is being revised. This is the last slide on the performance, which shows the National School Nutrition Program in terms of the schools, the quintiles 1 to 3, the quintiles 4 to 5. But I will just focus on the last column, which is total. It's 9,801,000 learners that have been provided with nutritious meals by Q3. Thank you, Chair.
Next slide, please. Good morning, Chair, and members, and Minister, and colleagues. Chair, I know you press for time, but I just want to ask for your indulgence. It's my birthday today. I'm turning 63, so I hope you'll note that when you press us for time, and even when the members ask questions, I think they'll be soft on the birthday boy. Chair, it's on a light note.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
I don't know about the softness, but happy birthday.
Thanks, Chair. Next slide, please. Yeah, Chair. Yeah, let's go to the next slide. Yes, the minister covered a lot of these things, but yes, Chair, as at the end of the Q3, we had spent 84.8% of the budget. Ordinarily, 3 quarters out of 4 is 75% of the year. So on a straight line basis, if we were spending on a straight line basis, we could have spent 75%, but we spent 84%, and it's due to a few factors. One of them, major one, is on program 3, which is teachers, where we transfer almost all the money for Funza Lushaka to universities at the beginning of the financial financial year, which is in April, because the school year starts in January already. So that's the major one, Chair. Let's go to the next slide. Next slide. I'm not sure where the slides are moving. Yeah, next slide. This one is that explanation that I gave here. This slide, Chair, is the same information as the previous one, except that whereas the slide 63 shows information per program, this one shows information per economic classification, basically telling us exactly where we spend the money on. For example, we spend 72% on compensation of employees, which is salaries, and then 90% on payments of capital assets. The 90% on payments of capital assets, Chair, it's simply because at the end of the previous financial year, we had run out of funds due to budget cuts, and at that time, we met with implementing agents and agreed with them that they would delay some of their claims, and we then paid those claims in the current financial year, or in the year under review. And then, as you can see, under transfers and subsidies, Minister did mention that 27 billion of our 32 billion, or 86% or so, is transfers for conditional grants and other transfers. We had spent 85% of that, and it's simply because these transfers are made on a preset program, we transfer 4 times a year. So the 85.7% that you see is the transfers that we've made. Chair, I don't know what happened to the slides. I'm not sure whether I'm the only one who don't see the slides now. Nosipo?
We also can't see the slides.
Okay, I think that will be corrected, Chair. Apologies for that. Nosipo, can you hear me? Or I'm not sure who was controlling the slides. Mr. Brown, are you able to flag the slides? It's likely that Nosipo may have been kicked out.
I will try from my side. Thank you. You just give me 1 second.
Thanks. Okay. Yeah, go to the end of go to the finance part B. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, this one. Thank you. And I was indicating that the transfers and subsidies are done on a preset or pre-agreed basis. That's why we've spent 85%. Next slide. Yeah, I've explained this one. Next slide. And then these are the transfers and subsidies, basically the conditional grants. As you can see, as we said earlier on, we spend 85%. It's slightly low because it's slightly lower than what we show on the other side, because what we show on the other side includes transfers to other entities. Next slide. Yeah, these are the other entities, Chair, where for example, UNESCO membership fees, we spend 82%. We only pay when we get the bill, basically, from these entities, Chair. That's why you'd find that in some cases it would be 0%. But as we can see at the bottom there, the NSFAS Funza Lushaka has been paid 100%, as I indicated there at the beginning. Next slide. These are the internal entities that we have: Umalusi, ETDP, SITA, and SAYS. With ETDP, SITA, we transfer once off. That's why it's 100%. Whereas with Umalusi and SAYS, we transfer 4 times a year. So we spread it over for transfers. Next slide. Next slide. Chair, this one is the ACD grant, or the School Infrastructure Backlogs grant. I did explain on the other slides that we show more expenditure than the norm, because we carried over the expenditure from the previous year. But subsequently, Chair, you may see when we get to Q4 that we've subsequently gotten more money from Treasury, about 150 million, which was a transfer from underspending ECD programs where the procurement was taking longer. So Treasury has agreed to transfer, to borrow from the ECD to this. So you'd find when we go forward that this budget would have increased due to that. Thanks. Next slide. Next slide. Chair, then we go to the audit action plan. On the audit action plan, Chair, we're showing you the 5-year audit outcomes. In 1920, we got a qualified audit opinion, and it was a third qualified. The first qualified we got in 2017-18, then 18-19, and 19-20. This one that you see in 1920, that was when we were improving on the previous ones, and we got a qualification because the AG indicated that although we had disclosed the irregular expenditure, they could not find a method of how that was, the method of auditing it, something like that. But then subsequently, Chair, from 2020-21 up to 2023-24, we moved to unqualified. If the only difference is that in 2020-21, we got an unqualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis. But in the last 3 years, we got an unqualified audit opinion with no matters of emphasis. I must just indicate, Chair, that when you get you either get a qualified or an unqualified audit opinion. If you can indulge me on this one, Chair, and a qualified audit opinion, just for the members' benefit, is what we call an except for opinion, which is a bad opinion. The example that one can give is if you differentiate between a qualified and unqualified, because people get a bit confused. When you say somebody is qualified, we say there's a good person, they've passed and all that. But with audit, with audit opinion, we say a qualified is a bad opinion. And what it means is that the basic job of this so-called regularity audit, because regularity audit is what they perform annually and is regularized in terms of the PFMA. The big purpose of this audit of the AG is for them to come in, look at the financial statements, and then give an opinion on whether the financial statements fairly reflect what happened throughout the year. Remember, they're not here every day. They look just at a set of financials and then they get samples of this or that. Then they must just give an opinion. So that's the whole purpose. So a good audit opinion is when they say, in our opinion, the financial statements fairly reflect what happened during the year, and I'm paraphrasing. But they can then say, except for one or two things, which is qualified, except for one or two things, the financial statements fairly present. For example, if you say to a person, your car is nice, it's an unqualified opinion. You are not qualifying it, it's a good opinion. But if you say, except for the color, the bright color of your car is nice, that's the qualified opinion. So once they've given you an unqualified opinion, they would then go and say, do we want to emphasize any matters over and above the fact that the opinion is not qualified, it's a good opinion? Are there matters that we want to emphasize which may not change the opinion that it is unqualified? So that's why in 2020-21, you find that although we got an unqualified opinion, there are matters that they felt that they had to emphasize. Then in the next 3 ones, they said there are no matters that we want to emphasize. That's the first part. The second part is that even after they've said that, they would go down and say, okay, let's see if there are any other matters. It's a paragraph called other matters. And that's why you'll see that we've got a long audit action plan, which is other matters, because there can be confusion to say you've got an unqualified audit opinion with no matters. Why then do you have these issues? So they fall under what we call other matters. So that's what I wanted to explain. Chair, let's go to the next slide. 76, please. Slide 76. Yes, Chair. I won't go. I'll take it as read, Chair. The finding related to infrastructure, one of the implementing agents, NECT, that the competitive bids were not made to the highest scoring bidder. But on the right-hand side, okay, there was an issue of local content as well. But on the right-hand side, we're showing the progress that we're saying investigations were completed on irregular expenditure. The report was submitted to the implementing agent in December 24. Follow-up on the response on consequence management was done in February 2024. So we're putting it in green, Chair, because those that we put in green show that the matter has been resolved. Next slide. This is still infrastructure, but the different implementing agent, the Mvula Trust, bidders unfairly disqualified on requirement objective criteria, not included on the tender document. The progress there is that we say investigation report for irregular expenditure is at final draft stage and it will be finalized in March 2025. I must just indicate here to members that we have an internal unit which does investigations. We call it an investigations committee. So everywhere where we talk about investigations, it's investigations that have been done or are being done by the Internal Investigations Committee. Then the other one involves two other implementing agents, KUHA Development as well as DBSA. No supporting documents provided to indicate that disciplinary steps were taken on irregular expenditure. Where we then say in response, as progress, we say in response was received from KUHA and it was analyzed. Follow up with infrastructure will be done in March 2025 on additional information referred to. A meeting is still to be arranged on the DBSA part, a meeting still to be arranged with the DBSA on irregular expenditure and internal audit following the resolution of the meeting that was held in December. So there was a meeting that was held and a further meeting will be held going forward. Awaiting proof of consequence management from implementing agents. What happens, Chair, is that most, if not all of the issues where there's delays in consequence management, it's delays in consequence management at implementing agents. So that's why we emphasize in that on this one, we are awaiting proof of consequence management from implementing agents because those issues refers to irregular expenditure that was incurred on their side, but it has to find expression on our audit report because they act as an agent on our behalf. Next slide. This one deals with delays in investigations by investigations committee, and we're saying on progress, 2 reports for stop projects, Mvula Trust and NECT were finalized in March 2025. 1 for DBSA is at final stage, and 2 investigations are still in progress. Next one is infrastructure, NECT local content. Again, invitation to tender did not specify the minimum threshold. We say investigation was completed on irregular expenditure. The report was submitted to the implementing agent in December, similar to one that we referred to earlier on. Follow-up on the response was done in February. Next slide. This one is curriculum, predetermined objectives. MTSF indicators and targets not included in the annual performance plan. We then saying under progress meetings were held with possible fund assessor to assist with quality assurance of grade 1 to 3. Next slide. Back to infrastructure, Mvula Trust bid advert and awards not advertised or published in all required platforms. Bid specification not approved by the BAC in accordance with supply management policy. Then under progress, we're saying investigation report for irregular expenditure is at final stage, similar to what we mentioned earlier with others. Next slide. Branch finance appointments are made without criminal record checks. We say there that the supply chain management has been requested. This has since been updated, Chair, that we've gotten codes and we are in the process of appointing a company to do those criminal recording checks. And then we also say movable tangible assets not removed off the asset register. The progress is that has been resolved. 38 cases to the value of 761,000. 4 cases of lost stolen departmental assets have been written off. This is an ongoing process as the risk is there. This matter is closed. Next slide. Funza Lushaka, indicator 3.1.3, number of Funza Lushaka bursaries awarded to students enrolled for initial teacher education per year. There's a risk of double dipping. We then say in there, and I'll read from the middle there, Chair, in 2024, NSFAS, as the main distributor of the funds for many funders, have put together task teams to deal with various issues raised by the AGSA. The task teams have representatives from each funder. One of the task teams deal with double dipping. From September to November 2024, the task teams met to put measures in place. Since NSFAS is managing all funds, including those of the SITAs, this will put NSFAS in a better position to deal with double dipping. Next slide. This slide, Chair, and the next slide is where the AG went to on-site to various schools, various projects. Then progress there. They raised some issues, but the progress mainly after their visits on the first one is that the PSU is the program support units, program support unit. It's a unit which we have appointed, which monitors what the implementing agents do. The PSU continues to monitor and evaluate progress. Reports are shared at operational meetings. The supervision will continue till closeout stage. Basically, closeout stage is where final approval is made, so to paraphrase, of a project. Then on the other one, we're saying works completion has been achieved. Process of final completion is underway. Next slide. I think most of them, Chair, would basically say one or the other thing that is similar. This one is closed. It's where they say the following items have been paid for as work done but could not be verified on site. Upon perusal of payment certificates, it was noted that an amount of 238,000, including bed, was paid for items as described on the table below. However, during the site visit conducted on 24 April 2024, the works associated to these items could not be confirmed on site. This matter has been closed because a proof of recovery has been provided. And then I won't read the whole part, but it's similar to the other ones. We say the project is still under works completion, final completion pending, works completion, final completion processes still continue. Next slide. Next slide, Mr. Oh, yes. It's still under the VSTEP project. Implementing agent is still busy with final accounts. So as I said, most of them would be the same. Maybe let's move on up to where you get the investigations committee report. I think it's the last slide, last but one slide, because the last slide will say, okay, maybe sorry, before you go there, let's go a little bit up. Sorry, there's all issues of curriculum which are slightly different from infrastructure. Go up, let me see where it starts. Go up again. Sorry, when I say up, I mean the previous slide, sorry. Previous slide. So sorry, Chair. I just want to see where infrastructure ends. Previous slide there, Mr. Brown. Previous slide again. Yeah, okay. Next slide then, 89. Yes, this one and the other slides are on curriculum implementation. For example, this one talks about inadequate guidance and monitoring instituted by the DBE on the school stakeholders collaboration. We're saying partnerships, framework, protocol, and implementation protocol have been developed and approved. I'll take this as right, Chair, then let's go to the next slide. Chair, in the interest of time, just go to the next slide. Let me see if there's anything besides the curriculum before we get to the slide on material irregularities. Next slide. 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 We're almost there, Chair. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. Chair, sorry. Yeah. Chair, these are material irregularities. A few 3-4 years back. I think after the audit, the Public Auditors Act, the AGSA Act was revised or something like that. You put in a requirement for the AG to go into departments and check whether there are any material irregularities. Material irregularities is something a little bit higher than what we call irregular expenditure. So we were used, the AG used to us and one other department as a guinea pig, as a test case to check with us if there are any what we call material irregularities. The difference between irregular expenditure and material irregularities is that once the AG has picked up a material irregularity, they would give their accounting officer a time to take steps up to a point where recovery happens. And if the AG gets to a point where they feel that little or no progress is made, then they would bill the accounting officer with the amount of the material irregularity. So in the last 4 years, they picked up the 4 material irregularities, and we've cleared 3. The 4th one at the bottom is still pending due to legal processes in progress. I'll stop there, Chair, and take the report as read. Thank you so much. Back to you, Mr. Padayachi and DG and Minister.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DG, and thank you to the department for also sticking to time. You tried. Thank you for that. Honorable members, that is a presentation. I am going to now note hands that wants to engage the presentation from the department. Honorable Christians, Honorable Yordan, Honorable Mgadi, Honorable Komani, Honorable Shkwambana, Honorable Gaza, Honorable Low. In that order, I will start with Honorable Christians.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm going to put off my camera, Chair, just for quality's sake. Chairperson, my first question is about the employment of teachers under 30. Now, the slides have reported that there are 2,998 educators under 30 were appointed, but only 1,048, that is 35%, actually received permanent contracts, while 1,135, that is 38%, are temporary, and 815, that is 27%, are in relief or substitute roles. Now, Chair, this just raises a concern for me about job security and career stability, especially for our younger educators, and the concern that they do leave the country, you know, when they are unable to be permanently appointed or in fact receive appointment as educators. So my question is, how does the DBE plan to retain our young teachers given the unstable contract position they are in? And, you know, this just might discourage long-term commitment to the profession of teaching. And secondly, what impact does these employment patterns have on our teacher morale? Has this been tracked and traced? And of course, you know, this just raises concern about classroom continuity for our learners. What impact does it have on that? And, you know, especially in places that are unprivileged.
Sorry, I wanted the presentation, but I see you sent it to me by WhatsApp.
Honorable Mr.
Kuno, Mr. Kuno.
Mr. Kuno, you are unmuted.
Sorry, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. The next question is on the delivery status of our workbooks. And I think it was on slide 33, if I'm not mistaken. Now, the overall percentage of books that were delivered stands at 69.78%. And it seems there are disparities in certain provinces. Now, while KwaZulu-Natal and the Western Cape show really high delivery rates, that is 92% and 84%, of books that were delivered respectively. Other provinces like Mpumalanga and Gauteng province show much lower percentages. Now, my question just is, what has caused these disparities in delivery rates, and has there been any corrective measures in place to address them? I understand that books are delivered in tranches, but we are at the, it was at the end of last year, the end of 2024. So what tracking systems are then in place to ensure that books are delivered on time, and what accountability and real-time reporting is delivered to the National Department of Education to ensure that final delivery rates are in fact achieved at in respective provinces? And then, Chair, with regards to the Funza Lushaka graduates, Now, that is also a concern. It shows that the employment rates for the Funza Lushaka graduates vary significantly across provinces. Now, Limpopo seems to be at 10%. The Northern Cape is especially of concern. It shows a 1.6%. And that is particularly concerning. Now, are there any strategies or interventions that the department has or that have been implemented to address these disparities? And surely we want to see a more equitable distribution of employment opportunities for graduates across all our provinces. And then just lastly, Chair, is the last slide that was mentioned where there was still an irregularity. It was noted that due to administrative delays in supply chain management, that the capturing of invoices were delayed, as well as financial services that actually authorized these invoices. We also noted there that contractors actually withdrew from the site, or that they actually cancelled, the contract was actually cancelled due to this. Now, given this, can the department clarify what specific challenges within supply chain management contributed to these delays? And there was also mention of an invoice tracking system to ensure that these administrative bottlenecks are addressed. Now, can the department please just elaborate on those invoice tracking systems that they are now going to implement to prevent similar delays in the future? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Jordan.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I'll also switch off my video for quality purposes. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. We'd like to welcome also the report from the department. We've noted notable progress in various areas. Also considering the Minister's remarks that the data leak is still under investigation, that several provinces have been visited by the Minister and the Deputy Minister, and that South Africa is actually scoring above average for mathematics in regional benchmarking tests, which is really quite positive news. Chairperson, I actually had some questions that were also covered by Honourable Christians. With regards to the invoice tracking register, it seems to me that underperforming in such a simple and easily achievable target is rather neglectful, especially in today's day and age where you can track nearly everything with one or another digital platform or app. And I'm surprised if the department had not started using such a register in the past. What have been their tracking mechanism for payment of invoices? Chairperson, how long has the department had this challenge? And if this is not for the first time, what is going to be different from the tracking mechanism that's been used in the past? Then, Chair, when it comes to the National School Nutrition Program, it's been indicated that 4,306 schools benefiting from this program still provide only 1 meal per day instead of 2, with the majority of these schools being from KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and the Northwest. What could be the reasons for these provinces failing to provide 2 meals with what has been allocated to them? And what activities are the department undertaking to improve on this and to fast track the provision of 2 meals per day, which I understand is the goal? Then, with regard to the schools monitored for NSNP provision, I think I saw that there are 26 schools being monitored for the provision of nutritional meals. Where are these schools situated? Are they across provinces, or what informs the notion that gives us an accurate, that this gives us an accurate depiction of what happens across the board. So what I want to know is, are these 26 schools representative of the picture of meal provision across the country? Then when it comes to the audit outcomes, Chairperson, with regard to the third and fourth material irregularities that relate to payments not made within 30 days, some of this is now resulting in withdrawal from the contractor, cancellation of contractual agreements, and of course, the department cannot comment on that because of legal proceedings. But what is the reason, or what is a common reason for late payments, and does this relate to the invoice tracking issue, or are there other factors at play here which is continuously giving this finding? Then, Chairperson, while we acknowledge your opening remarks regarding the increases in investment for basic education and particularly early childhood education, and we do not dispute the importance of investment therein, as I'm convinced the department and the minister had worked very hard to advocate for increased funding, especially considering the budget constraints that we've experienced over the previous financial year. We're very wary that this is at the expense of already overburdened South African taxpayers, and if it's to be funded from increases in VAT and other taxes. Chairperson, we're of the position that instead of demanding more from struggling households, the government should prioritize responsible spending, cut waste, and root out corruption to ensure that every rand allocated to education is sourced responsibly and used effectively to improve outcomes for our learners. Thank you, Chair. Those are my inputs.
Thank you, Honorable. You're done. Honorable Gadi.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to take this opportunity to greet all honorable members of the Basic Education Portfolio Committee and greeting all protocol observed. Chair, thank you for the presentation from Department of Education. My question is, given the department oversights visits to various schools across province and the identified challenges in infrastructure, maintenance, and school funding compliance, can basic education provide a timeline and the budget's breakdown for addressing critical infrastructure backlogs, and including school sanitation, leaking roof, and broken windows? Department, when can this be ensured that all affected schools received the necessary repairs and upgrade? Department, the report highlights progress in teacher competence improving and the appointment of 2,998 new educators under 30. However, with the concern about the other qualified grade R practitioners and shortage in certain subjects. Department, what concrete measures and the deadline does the department have to ensure that all grade R practitioners meet the required qualifications? Additionally, by when will all subject-specific shortage be addressed through recruitment and training intervention? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Gadi. Honorable Komani.
Ga go go leboga modulasetulo ke tšee sebaka seo nkadimile go sona ngwana kgoši ke tamiši ba department re kwele gore re na le ministera le bao ba mo farafarilego le lena chair re laetse gore re a le tamiša re tamišile ba mphato majwara phaga ka moka le go ka mo le di-officials ke tšee sebaka se ke tsene ka kwa go Tosi wa rena wa ditšhalete Mr. CFO Pat ke lebetse sefane o tla nkinelela diatla metseng re go ene re go laogole ngwana kgoši o se kwa ba wa kakatlou o se kwa re go gola wa melaboya wa developa mokgopa wa swana le la moswana le re go mogaba ke re ke tlofala ka mela dikutu gomme ka nyamiša baji ba dikgabane re leboga ga o tutsutsurupile moswara matlotlo wa rena ke kwele ke ena le kgatlhegelo ga o bala bala ba iago makobela ka makhung le a menyanyeng ka sa gagabo lena le re ke double dipping jalo ke na le kgatlhegelo gore na ka re go na le ba bangwe bona ba putseletswa mola ba le ka dirapeng a na ga le itemogele mathata a bala o fetša go e le gore ba patelwa ba tlhokofetse na le ba bitša gore ke dipoko go bohlokwa gore re tsebe gore na kgoro ya gabo lena ga e itemogele mathata ka go fetša e le gore go na le bala ba golago ba robetše ke buši ke tle go lenanego la go laetša gore o hlabile ka dilo ka mo kudu go tšwa go ministera le laetša gore le kgonne go phunyoga tlala ka go tloša bana ba rena go lenyatšo le le go gora gore be ba nyenyefatswa go fihla go lona la gore ba tlo ya 17 ranta ka letšatši la leka go ka šupa gore le na le mahlo a botswadi la iša go 23 ranta jalo tlhologelo ya rena e re a na go kgonega jwang gore motho yo a senyeditšego naga ebile a kwešiše ba bangwe ba bana ba rena bohloko goba bona batswadi ba bona goba bonkgolo ba bona gomme le be le fo palela ko gore ba fo ya kota ya total e yago ke mokolego wa mo South Africa go no kgonagala jwang re duma go tseba moo gona ka gore re kwešiša gore ba tšea nako e telele ba etse boroko ka kwa a na go reng le sa dire segwera le ba Department of Education le ba Department ya tša dikgolego gore at least go be le production ye e tšwago ka kwa dikgolegong ye le plowback ye e lego gore e bontšha boitsholo go bona mpe mohlomongwe e fo tla ka mokgwa wa di-veg go lengwe ka kwa ke mokana re tla re kgone o tla re hwetša gore ga re tlilo supplya bana ba di-veg ga re sa di reka ga re eta mo godimo ga 23 ranta mohlomongwe e ka ba 43 ranta e le ga re e hwetša go tšwa ka kwa jale yeo ke be ke challenge gore mohlomongwe ga e ka kgonega gore nke re kopane le Department of Correctional Services re a tseba gore ba na le di-community corrections mo metsemagaeng ye e se nago di-Department of Correctional Services ba na le di-community corrections tše e lego go raya gore ba bohlwa ba robetše mo pateng ba re ba tlilina distrata ka gore ga ba monitore ke motho ke nagana gore ga ba ka ya mašomo ba ba lemela bana ba e tlo tla e ba le mogola ke buši ke laetse gore lenanego le lengwe le ile go raya gore re le hlologetše ka bothata ke la gore ka fase ga special schools tlhologelo ya rena she re na le tlhologelo ye ile go gore e tekeme nokeng ka la gore a na re tseba gabotse gore le na le ona mokgwa wa go mešara bana ba rena gore ba qualifya jwang gore ba ye go di-special school jalo concern ya rena e re a na le tlilo kgona neng go ka kaonafatša mokgwa le lenanego la lena la go ba le ditšhupetšo mo baneng ba rena gore nnete gona ba hloka gore ba be lenanegong la go ikgetha la special ka lebaka la gore re lemogile gore bana ba rena ga le šomiša mokgwa wa lena wa go ba kgetha gore ba wela ka lefapeng le lefeng o šaetša le lena beng ba bona le ba bona ka morago ga nako a na kaonafatšo ya lenanego leo e tlaneng kudu re lebeletše kwa goba mephatwana ya fase gore re se ka ra tla re diba bana ba rena jwalo ka ga le ba diba re a tseba rena le lena gore le re dibela bana and then se sengwe se se lego gona re be re kgopela go tseba gore godimo ga lebaka la ga le iša bana dikolong tša rena le re ke di-placement a na ke mathata mafe ao le gahlanago le ona gona ao le gahlanego le ona le kgonne go a šoma jwang re lebeletše ka kudu kwa dinagamagaeng gora ge le gatlhana le dilo tša mohuto le di bereka jwang kudu re lebeletse bona bozulu natal le bolimpopo ka ga ile gore ke dinaga tše gantši le di šekamišago mahlo ga le di lebelela. Then so le tše dingwe di-province tše e le gore nka se ke ka ba ka tia sa mmaletee le tšona ka lenanego ke di bala. Jalo bohlokwa go nyaka go tseba gore ana le fetša le dirile jwang go fitlhelela seo sa gore re tla re kgone go tla re tseba gore rena le lena re fitlhelela selo se sefeng. Se sengwe ke sa gore re itemogetse gore lenanego la lena la go fa dipuku la go aba dipuku mo dikolong le leka ka mokgwa le ka kgonago mara mabošaedi a dula a le gona le gona jwale ga re bolela so nna myself ke rekile dibuku go ye mongwe wa bana ba ga Komane. Jalo ke rata go tseba gore ana ke mokgwa ofe o le gore le ka kgona go ka o šomiša gore ka gore go tlile ba le batswadi ba bangwe ba ile gore ga ba tle go kgona go reka pukuši gomme ngwana o tlile go šalela morago. Jalo re duma go tseba gore ke mokgwa mofeng wa go kaonafatša goba gona go maatlafatša lenanego la lena la kabo ya dipuku tsona di tla ka nako, yes of course, but di tla di short. Jalo re kgopela gore le considereng fao ka gore malapa ga a lekane ba kone ena re kgopela gore le tseneleleng go mekgwa le ditshepedišo. Re a tseba gore go na le melawana e le gore e tšea ke di-SGB le dikolo tša bone. Jalo re be re kgopela gore le fakeng letsogo gore le tla le re ga le bala dipalopalo tša lena Mr. CFO o bala gore le fitlheletseng jwang se jwang re tsebe gore batswadi ba thabile ga gona se se ba hlabišago madi maelana le gore ba reke dilošidi le re ke di-typec. Ke bona gore department e santse go reng ke fo di reka e ditšholole kwa dikolong batswadi ba nyamile ka mo gae ebile ga ba sa nyaka go ya le meeting wa sekolo ka baka la gore ba ba opelela ka di-typec kwa sekolong. Sekolo re kgopela gore CFO le dire budget ya di-typec di ye kwa dikolong bakgekolo ba tšhelete ya bona ya pay felela mo di-typeceng. Ke mo ka re kgone o tla re tseba gore re tlo ba re lebeletse lenanego la lena la gore le ya maatlafatša. Kudu ka ga ke kwele gore ministera o gona ka mo ke lebanya polelo go yena jalo ka ga ile gore re le mokgatlo wa economic freedom fighters re dula re beile moganya phatleng goba gona re hlwaile tsebe go nyaka go kwa gore tshepedišo ele ya gagwe ya gore ba sa lebeletše mekgwa le ditshepedišo ya gore ba ka phethagatša lenanego la Bella Act. Re kgopela go tseba gore ba tla kae goba mohlomongwe ba šetše ba re lebetše ba teile ka dietse ba lahlile ga re phokeng mo ile gore re tlo fetša ebile re fihlile go 2030 term ya bona e fedile ba ile gae. Ena le mogopotšeng ga ile gore tsebe kgausi wa nkwa re duma gore a šie molato mo go Department of Basic Education gore o be a le gona re kgone go mo gopola ka go potlakiša dilo. Ena le yena a te tsotsorope ka bogala a potlakiša lekane le age ya gagwe se ko hwetša a tlo nanya bokamogekolo ga a dire gore dilo tša gagwe e be gajwa e be mošimana a phalatša pele gore re kgone o tla re enwa metsi re se ka bana ra nwa phoka go nwa phoka go a ba bakone ka re o santse o tsoga ka masa ga o ka tlhabela ke letšatši ka dikobong ga geno ke thabeng modula stool ga ke boo go ene mahlako ke re ga se diphala ka moka tše di re go a di latswitše marula di yago tše di tlogo ya ke tše di kgotsofetšego tše e le gore ga di a kwalela di tlo šala jwale tša gešo di kwele ke ya tloga ga ke rialo ke ya go leboga modula stool.
A re leboge Ntate Komane. Our interpretation service, can you interpret for the benefit of the department so they are able to respond? I'm not sure what is the problem. Mr. Brown, we do have an interpreter.
Chairperson.
Yes.
Chairperson.
Yes.
There may have been a shortfall in terms of deployment. My name is Michael Sithole for isiZulu. So I'm not sure if the other colleagues for the sister languages were made available. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Brown, did we get...
We have requested for both isiZulu and Sepedi. Ms. Asi Khanyaho is on the platform, but I can't hear her or him. The mic is on.
Khanyago, what is the problem? Can you hear us? I see the mic is on, but we can't hear Khanyago. Okay. Mr. Brown, can you call Khanyago in the meantime? Try to ascertain what the issue is. But in the meantime, we'll move to the next speaker. Honorable Shkwambana.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the Minister and the Department, and also greetings to the colleagues. My name is Mandla Shikwambana, a member of the Portfolio Committee of Basic Education deployed by the EFF. Chair, let me take this opportunity and direct my question or my first question to the Minister of Basic Education. It is indicated in the report, Chair, that the Minister and the Deputy Minister visited Gauteng, Northwest, KZN, Northern Cape, and the province of the Free State, October 2024. And in their visit, one of the issues or the key issues that the minister was looking at, it was to garner a support from business people or also from any partner that will wish to work with their department. And in so doing that, the minister also went to have a breakfast meeting with business people or stakeholders. My question is that has the minister achieved the intended outcomes of garnering support from the business people to assist the department? And how did the department benefit from that breakfast that the minister had in their visit in the province mentioned above? The other question that I want to check from the department is that we've got Funza Lushaka. Funza Lushaka is the bursary that the department is having to making sure that they fund students who want to pursue a teaching career, to make sure that we've got enough teachers in our school who will be teaching our kids. I want to know how many teachers who are funded by Funda Lushaka in total. And then and also how is their placement with that regard in the period under review. The other issue that I want to know also under Funza Lushaka is that which service providers is the department partnered with to distribute or disperse funds of Funza Lushaka except NSFAS? Because we know every year students are struggling to get their allowances, which affects their learning due to incompetency of NSFAS. And the department has trusted NSFAS to be the same institution that is responsible of disbursing funds of Funza Lushaka. So I want to check how is the department intervening in trying to make sure or they solve these late payments of allowances, particularly for Funza Lushaka students, which is caused by NSFAS. And we know that Funza Lushaka is the interest of the department. The last question that which I want to put, and also I want to thank Honorable Komana for having covered a number of issues that we may wanted to raise as the EFF. The other issue is under double dipping. We know double dipping is a serious crisis, and when you look at it very closely, it's not far from corruption or fraud itself. So I want to check with the department. They are saying NSFAS will be at a better position to deal with the issue of double dipping. But this NSFAS that they are talking about is the same NSFAS that which is having a lot of crisis or a lot of problems in that institution, where money is being paid for people who are actually no longer students, people who have passed on. There's no proper accounting on how money is being distributed or dispensed to the students. So when we've got this issue of double dipping and the department have actually detected that, and they still want to take that same responsibility and give it to NSFAS. NSFAS that we know that is actually full of corruption, and there's no system in place that seems to be working under that institution. So has the department at least considered getting another service providers, or even if it's not service providers, taking the Funza Lushaka bursary in back into the department, be the ones that are responsible for disbursements of funds and not rely on NSFAS? And that goes back to the question that I first asked to say, do they have other service providers that which they are partnered with to be able to be, to be the ones that are disbursing the funds there? So in terms of the double dipping, the department, how is your plan in terms of if you want to do away with this problem of double dipping? How is your plan? Do you necessarily believe on NSFAS to be the one that is going to deal with this issue, given the crises and problems that are there in NSFAS? Do you trust NSFAS? And how much is the department losing from this double dipping that which we are faced with? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Shkwambane. Mr. Brown, can we get the interpretation now?
Thank you, Chairperson. I have tried to speak to Khonyago. I again see that she's on the platform. The mic is on, but we can't seem to hear her. I'm not sure if there's any of her colleagues that may assist.
Did she say what is the problem?
Chairperson, I'm not able to get through to her, Chair.
You were not able to get through to her?
Not at all.
Okay, can we please report to this matter? Because you see, if we continue to provide our own interpretation in meetings, Parliament will not understand that all our languages are official languages. And as a result, Parliament must provide the services. So the Parliament support staff, the Parliament support services must understand that we require interpretation services, because members have every right to express themselves in all the official languages. So please get it right. I know that we do interpret sometimes, but I think that it is important that it becomes part and parcel of the support that is given to committees, the issue of interpretation. So please, let's continue checking with Khonyago, because I don't know, the mic is on, but we all can't hear Khonyago. So Khonyago must find ways to deal with her gadgets so that we can get that service. Honorable Gaza.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to you, Chairperson. Greetings to Honorable Minister, honorable members, DG and department officials. I think I'm partially covered by my colleagues, but firstly, I would like to start by appreciating the increase on the ECD allocation. One has been always on the case of the issue of 17 Rand for the past 3 years or whatsoever, but really one is appreciating the increase. And I really urge the department to monitor closely the province of KwaZulu-Natal, because it seems like they are lacking systems of managing the ECD facilities. Coming to the first concern, it's about the systemic inequalities and resource allocation. We have realized that the report has highlighted improvement in certain areas, but I really feel that they are failing to address the systemic inequalities, especially the gap that is seen in urban areas and township areas and those in deep rural areas. So my first question here is for the department to check the equity in resource allocation, whether the department has a system in place to ensure that these resources, such like workbooks, teacher training, and infrastructure funding, are being equitably distributed to the most under-resourced schools. Also, in terms of infrastructure backlogs, I just want to check, even though I was partially covered by Honorable Lungadi, I just want to check the specific measures that are being taken to address the infrastructure backlogs in rural and township schools, and what is the timeline for completing these projects. Also, in terms of the teacher distribution, I just want to check if or how is the department addressing the uneven distribution of qualified teachers, particularly in rural areas, and what incentives are being offered to attract and retain teachers in these regions. Because previously one would remember that there were some incentives that were promised to be offered to these educators who are placed in these deep rural areas, but then I do not know how far the process is. Lastly, my concern is on the financial transparency. I think at some point I raised the issue of conditional grants. If one can maybe educate me in terms of how these conditional grants and other funds are being spent at the provincial and district levels. For example, the issue of infrastructure. If I can recall, there is conditional grants for infrastructure for NSNP. I'm not too sure about ECD, but then at times you find that NSNP service providers are not paid, yet there is a conditional grant. Maybe one is lacking understanding on that issue. So if one can be enlightened on that issue. And another issue is about program evaluation. I just want to check the mechanism that are in place to evaluate the effectiveness of the department's programs and to check how are these evaluations being used to improve outcomes. Lastly, I think the presenter spoke about consequences management, but then I just want to check in terms of corruption and mismanagement, the steps that the department is taking to address corruption and mismanagement in allocation and use of education funds, particularly in provinces with a history of financial irregularities. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Gaza. Honorable Law.
No, thank you, Chair. I'll switch off my video for network purposes. I think, Chair, let me also wish the CFO happy birthday, Tate Kuno. And I think we're here to discuss the third quarter performance report, Chair, for the financial year or for the fiscal year 2024-2025. It also presents us with an opportunity, Chair, to examine the progress made by the department through the education system. And I'm happy, I'm glad that you would have addressed the issue of the minister vis-a-vis attendance of the meeting. That I think is crucial because sometimes we are found wanting as members with regard to dealing with issues that we want the minister to deal with. And I want to echo the same sentiments with my fellow members with regard to the fast tracking of the implementation of the Schools Act, South African Schools Act, in making sure that it is in line. There's no further delays, and I'm glad and want to agree that we should be time to time get updates as to how things are moving in terms of that, because we've got best interest of making sure that there's equality in our schools. And I think the performance report not only highlights, Chair, the achievements of the department, but also draws our focus to critical challenges, Chair, that continue to affect the quality of our education, of our learners. And it becomes important we go thorough into an analysis of all of these issues. And I think one of my issues that I've went thorough, Chair, comes when the department expenditure reflects a slight underspend of 0.6%, which is your 1.59.3 million, primarily attributed to delays in goods and services, Chair, and capital assets payments. This raises concerns about budget utilization, Chair, because and efficiency of the department, and we've been raising it, we've been highlighting it as it is essential for us advise the department to scrutinize the process leading to these delays, as they could indicate deeper issues within the procurement strategies or administrative procurement bottlenecks, Chair. And I think I would want to ask if any irregular, wasteful, or unauthorized expenditure has been identified. What steps are being taken to ensure accountability and rectify the issues, Chair? And then I want to check also, are there specific programs or projects that experience overspending, and what are the corrective measures being implemented, so that we check to understand what brings delays into this thing, Chair. I'm saying that we should scrutinize on that. And then there are also delays in the procurement of and distribution of learning materials. And the department normally comes and says, we would have done that, but when you move to the opening of schools, it becomes a serious concern where we get headlines, we get reports where materials could have not been procured in time or delivered in time, also in the marginalized areas. I think it also impacts teaching and learning in some areas that do not have access to opportunities or access to other issues of assisting them. And I think the situation also necessitates a thorough review of the procurement process to ensure timely delivery of the essential resources, particularly in the marginalized areas, and your textbooks and advancing them. And I want to check how effective has the procurement and distribution process been in the past quarters, and what improvements has been made to enhance efficiency, Chair. I want to understand. And then, were there any shortages of materials, and what contingency plans have been activated to rectify situations, and if you delivered 100%, because some indicators are not even indicating to us if the department achieved or the department deviated. It only speaks of none or unavailability. So it's a bit a problem, because I'm referring to the absence of quarterly targets for many indicators. It raises concern about the ability to monitor on the curriculum implementation and learner performance in the real time, Chair, because this gap in the timely interventions for schools that are underperforming and timely affecting the learners' outcomes. So I want to ask the department, how does learner performance in this quarter compare to previous quarters, and what trends are emerging? I want to understand, and what intervention and support mechanism have been put in place to assist underperforming schools, and how effective are they? So the other significant number of unreported targets, Chair, regarding teacher development and staffing indicates potential shortcomings in addressing teacher shortages and in ensuring professional development, Chair. I think both of which are crucial in enhancing educational quality. So I would want to know what are all vacant teacher posts filled? If not, what are the underlying cause of these delays, and how does it impact the classroom and teacher learning, and how does the department seek to respond to that? And then how does the department tackling issues of teacher absenteeism and retention, and what support systems are in place to foster a positive teaching environment in the workplace? Because we get reports that most of our teachers are depressed, most of our teachers are bullied by learners. And what are the programs that are there to enhance and assist the teachers so that we're able to have a proper and a conducive way of teaching and learning? And then I think there are also, Chair, delays in infrastructure projects are noted, which directly affect the quality of learning environment. And it's critical to implement more proactive measures to address backlogs and ensure timely completion of necessary projects. We would have went to provinces, or would have went to reports where provinces cannot account for certain contractors. And it seems to be fine about that, and it seems to be no consequence management or proper measures to be put in place for us to recoup the money so that we're able to assist the schools with these delays of infrastructure projects that are significantly noted in the report, in the presentation. And I'd want to know what progress has been made in addressing school infrastructure backlogs, specifically regarding the classrooms, sanitation, and water supply, so that we know how far are we, so that we don't come and ask it again. And how many schools have been upgraded or newly built during this quarter, and what impact has this had on the overall educational system, and what are the department intending to build more schools to respond? Because I will take note of the department saying most schools that were built, they are now cool schools given the socio-economic challenges, and I would have said what becomes the most important imperative part of the department in making sure that it seeks to interlink its relations with other stakeholders for issues of economic issues and to bring about the broader issues of learning and teaching in all of that. And I think, Chair, my last question, it's integrating ICT into education is quite important for modern learning. However, I want challenges relating to resources will be raised, availabilities and digital connectivities must also be addressed to enhance learning experiences in marginalized areas so that we can advance, so that we keep away. We bring part of our performance key indicators would be to say, in absence of where we can't deliver in time materials, we would have covered what an ICT integrated platform or a program for time being that can be able to assist to address issues that might be. So I want to check with the department what percentage of schools currently have access to digital learning resources and reliable internet connectivities, and what specific challenges have been encountered in rolling out e-learning programs. And have you ever, you could have had meetings with private business providers, what would have been your engagements? Have you engaged them to invest on the ICT integrated systems that will enhance our education system to align with the current demands of the economy, so that we're able to understand what becomes the core engagements that you have? Because I think what should be the core engagement that seeks to give a proactive directive in terms of what should transpire in the engagement of those who've got the means of investing on education system is to make sure that we increase the number of schools with ICT integrated platforms, so that we're able to be at the current dynamics of the demands of the global challenge. Chair, I want to end there. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, thank you, Honorable Law. Mr. Brown, are we still not winning?
Chairperson, I have spoken to the colleague. She has a problem with her device, it seems, and she will send me the questions in a written form. I think she said she'll try and do it before the meeting ends. If not, it'll have to be after the meeting, Chair, unfortunately.
No. We need those questions, written questions, sent before the meeting ends, so that if Honorable Komani has follow-up questions, he can make those follow-up questions. But it is important that his questions are responded to.
Noted, Chairperson. I will speak to her.
Okay. Thank you very much. My questions are just a few. I think building on the question by Honorable Christians on the delivery of workbooks, my question is the volume 2 question books, the volume 2 workbooks, when do learners use these books? Because of course the delivery of these books, there is no province that indicates 100%. So we just want to understand if these are books that are not currently utilized by the learners, and there's a certain time when these books are going to be utilized. On the program 2, you speak about the number of teachers, qualified teachers that have been appointed. And the first slide or the first sentence there speaks about your engagements with the unions on the implications of the Bella Act and the issue about grade R teachers. Now, it would be very important for you to tell us exactly how many learners, because at this moment we should know, it's March, how many grade R learners are currently in the system, and this is for public schools, and how many qualified teachers are currently in the system, permanent and temporary teachers for grade R teachers, and how many unqualified grade R teachers are in the system. And also tell us about how you are dealing with the unqualified grade R teachers that are in the system, that are in classes every day, in terms of monitoring or giving those unqualified teachers support to ensure that your curriculum delivery or the objectives of the department in terms of grade R learners are met. given the fact that in those classes, those learners are with an unqualified teacher on a daily basis. The issue of the local content, which you say it no longer applies in terms of the new regulations. But our question really is, as much as it does not apply, what is the attitude of the department towards local content? Don't you think it is important that we empower local content producers, despite it not being enforced as law? But what is your attitude as a department towards local content producers? Because these producers are a product of this very same department. So we educate all these 2 million learners. Some of them, we want them to be entrepreneurs and to be producers. But if we as government do not have confidence in them and do not prioritize them, how then do we expect them to grow their businesses? How then do we ensure that they really actively participate in the economic activity in the country? So what is your attitude towards local content producers? And what are your challenges with procuring services from local producers? And I'm saying this also including the fact that, one, you procure workbooks every year, which is a lot of money, which is a lot of government fiscus, which we can utilize to revitalize the economy by deliberately choosing local producers. You spent about close to 10 billion on the National School Nutrition Program. Don't you deliberately look at local producers in those areas where the schools are situated? You buy, for example, textbooks, and so we want to know exactly what is your attitude, because the amount of fiscus that is in the hands of the department, if it is plowed back to the local entrepreneurs and local producers, it can go a long way in revitalizing our local entrepreneurs to really actively participate in the economy. And it contributes to real economic growth and a real job creation. I mean, it has always been said that your small, medium enterprises contribute immensely to job creation. Now, if we don't give them preference because the law doesn't say so, how then do we contribute as a department in that aspect? Now, on program 3, you're speaking about in this quarter that you've only trained 15 SGB members. And the question is, in the entire quarter, you've only trained 15 SGB members, because you indicating it as a highlight. I want to know if the department wants us to believe it is a highlight, it is something that we should celebrate, given the fact that some of the issues we find in the schools when we do oversight is the incapacity of the SGB to utilize Section 21 funds, especially the repairs and maintenance funds, or to really understand the roles and responsibilities of the SGB to an extent where in other instances, the teacher component is the one that is driving and running the SGB as opposed to a collective of the SGB, where the parents component actually, because they do not understand, because they're not capacitated, they don't even know that they've got a role to play in this SGB. So just in the entire quarter, training 15 members, and the department says it's a highlight, we should celebrate. I don't know what it means, because maybe expatiate, make us understand why we should celebrate just 15 SGB members being trained in this quarter. In program 3, Limpopo and I think it's Gauteng, appointed, okay, for example, firstly, Limpopo appointed the highest number of permanent educators, around 657 in this quarter. Now, I want to understand why this number. What was the issue? Did the province have many vacancies for some time that they could not fill? What were the reasons for these vacancies? How do we have a situation where in just one quarter, you've got this high number of appointment of permanent educators, unless if this is prompted by new schools, the rise in the number of learners. So make us understand this high number. And also Gauteng appointed also the highest number of temporary educators, also expatiate on why this is about 606 temporary educators in this quarter. Why is this an issue? Is it because of the numbers, the rising numbers of learners, and is it a means to try and reduce overcrowding? And if that is the case, the teachers are employed on a temporary basis. What is the long-term plan? Because these learners are going to be in the system for this academic year, for the entire academic year, and probably maybe even the next academic year. The Funza Lushaka placements, it is really commendable that both Gauteng and Limpopo, of course, maybe because of their numbers, have placed the highest number of Funza Lushaka graduates, and to want to know what are the issues, what are limitations with the other provinces. And I understand, DG, that you have said to us in this session, in the previous discussions, that initially you prioritized Funza Lushaka graduates, but you are no longer, you then discontinued that practice because the other graduates also wanted the same opportunity and the fair opportunity. But my question is that if it is that we are giving all graduates a fair opportunity, what is the caliber of our graduates, of the Funza Lushaka graduates, to an extent that we can't out of merit, out of their capacity, consider them? Because if we say this program is credible, it produces quality teachers, meaning that they will stand out against the rest. And as a result, ideally, automatically, even when you give everybody an opportunity, this will be the candidates that make out to be on top. And that is the question that one wants to raise. In terms of Program 5, now, you've monitored 33 schools under this quarter on the NSNP, on the school nutrition program, and you're saying the reason for your overachievement is because there was the officials who were attending the annual the National Nutrition Week event were also advised to monitor the schools during that week. But the question I have is that, are you not under targeting? I mean, if you can monitor 33 in a quarter and your annual target is 80, why don't you have an annual target that is higher? Because this National Nutrition Week event, the National Nutrition Week is held annually. It's an annual observation. So why do we only target 80 annually? Because in my view, if you look at that, to me, it seems like you are under targeting deliberately, because you always want to record an overachievement. Because for me, it shows that it is possible to actually monitor more schools, and we want the department to monitor more schools, especially given the issue that we had some scare with the spaza shops. And that meant that we had to really improve or ramp up or enhance our nutrition provision program to ensure that we also don't have the same issues as the department. But honestly, for me, it would be very it will put our mind at ease, knowing that the department is able to reach many schools annually to really monitor the nutrition program, so that we don't just get issues maybe when there's a crisis, and we don't pick this up through our monitoring program. So I honestly think, that is my honest opinion, that it is under targeting, because if this national nutrition event is held annually, then it means you can actually meet a higher target annually than the one that you have put as a department. Now, also on program 5, you say that your other item was to monitor business plans for HIV and AIDS life skills education program, and you record this as being achieved because all 9 provinces have submitted the business plans. But my question is, how effective do you monitor how effective or impactful these plans are, especially given the fact that reports are saying there is a continuation of HIV prevalences, or an increase in HIV prevalences from 5.6% among young women aged 15 to 19 to 17.4%. Now, this 15 to 19, the majority of this cohort are in our schools. And if indeed we've got effective HIV and AIDS life skills education programs, we should be doing something to reduce this number. And instead, it does not reduce. The pattern is the same. So young women between these ages are still at a high risk, and the number of HIV prevalences are increasing. As a result, this intervention from government is not impacting as it should. It is not yielding any results, because the importance or the intent of this intervention was to ensure that we achieve an HIV-free generation by a certain year. But we're not going to achieve it if the numbers are rising, especially for young women at this age. So I want to know if the department really considers, or do you bother yourself with ensuring that these business plans that are submitted to yourself are effective, they are impactful, they are reaching results? Because where I'm standing, they're not impactful. I think it is one of the ticking boxes exercise. And if it is, we are really risking with our young people's lives. And for me, we really need another indicator, as opposed to the one that just says, no, you have received the plans and you've approved them. We need to look at an indicator that actually considers the impact of those plans, because there is also a budget that follows those plans. Now, if you look at the very same issue, you also speak about under expenditure in KZN and Eastern Cape. And these are KZN being one of the provinces alongside Gauteng where these prevalences are the highest. And then there's under expenditure. And the under expenditure, if you were to ask me, it runs from poor planning. If the business plan itself, as it is proposed, it's not necessarily effective, or it's not a relevant business plan, that's why you will have underspending. And it is actually uncalled for that we will have underspending on such an important, and you know, for me, if you say no, your core role is curriculum, and this is not necessarily your core responsibility, I would actually be very worried, because the attitude is that it's not our core responsibility. And for me, it's very important that we do achieve an HIV-free generation, and that this responsibility is given to this department, because it is part and parcel of an inclusive or a comprehensive education framework. Now, also you go to the GBV training workshops and you say you overachieved due to stakeholders' requests. Can we look at this target, the annual target? Is it not also under targeting if we are overachieving? especially given the fact that GBV in this country, we've declared it as a pandemic. Now, the majority of the cohort that is affected, of course, is women and young people and the youth who are in our schools. So if we can really ramp up on this collaboration with stakeholders and really try to reach as many stakeholders as we can to really run this workshop so that we start seeing the impact in the reduction of GBV prevalences, especially in our schools, in also our communities, because if we are able to get it right in the schools in terms of changing attitudes, changing a culture of toxic masculinity, we can impact and reduce these prevalences also in our communities. You speak about the recital of the preamble of the Constitution that you have implemented it, the guidelines. I don't know if these guidelines are done, but we want to know in terms of implementation, is it being implemented? Because this is very important. It's an important intervention from the department to ensure that we foster some level of patriotism amongst our young people and also foster social cohesion. Do you check the implementation of these guidelines that you have developed? Because you say it is an achievement. So we want to know the impact of that target. Is it making any impact? Is it being implemented on the ground? The health screening services, you're saying that it has reached about 1.2 million learners. So want to hear from yourself, what are the key issues derived from the screening report? What does the report say about improvements of the health of our learners, of our children, in terms of malnutrition, issues like stunting, issues like identifying identifying disabilities that parents might not have noticed at an early age, and ensuring that these young people, these young children get help. And also mental health issues, especially because you're screening also grade 10 learners. I mean, there has been issues with young people in the country where suicide cases are becoming an issue, and other cases happen with learners. And we want to know in terms of the screening, because we want to know the impact of these programs. For us, it is one thing that you are achieving these programs, but what impact are they having on the lives of our learners, and how are they contributing to the overall development of these learners into becoming very responsible adults? Now, you speak about, this is on the audit action plan, and this is where you speak about the first issue, where you say there's been an investigation, and you in February you did a follow-up, management follow-up. Now, that follow-up, what is the outcomes of that follow-up? You know, DG, you said that implementing agents have acted on individuals who've lost us funds, or where the funds are declared as fruitless, and what we just get is that no, they've been dealt with, they've been dismissals. Where the public, where the government has lost resources because of corruption by some of these individuals which you've dismissed, how do we recover those funds? Because we must not create an impression that it is fine to, embezzle government money, because anyway, they'll just dismiss you from work, but, they'll never do anything for you beyond dismissing you from work. That's it, And what we know is that these individuals who are dismissed, they are employed by other government departments somewhere else. They recycle the very same people who would have lost us very important funds. So we want to know, in terms of the attitude of the department, are you satisfied when the the implementing agent just says, no, look, because there is one thing to have irregular expenditure, but fruitless expenditure, that's another thing. Are you satisfied as a department when the implementing agent just says, no, Joy, we've dismissed Joy, and you are satisfied that no, consequence management was done, and you are not concerned with ensuring that if we've lost funds, if there is monies that we've lost due to the actions of Joy, firstly, we must recover those monies from Joy. Secondly, we must pursue criminal processes, because that's something that we want to hear. Now, the presidential youth employment, you're saying for the last financial year, it was not implemented, and we want to know, this is something that you'd have to respond to us in writing with the Department of Labor on what are your plans with the implementation of this program this year in the upcoming, so that we know in the upcoming financial year, so that we know if there is any advocacy for this program to come back, and or if there isn't, because it was an important program, and I think we should advocate for the return of this program. In terms of appointments made by the department without criminal record check, and these are appointments that are made in the finance and admin section. For me, this is very worrying, to say this is a person who's going to be handling finances of the department or managing finances of the department, and we appoint that person without criminal record checks. And this is exactly what I was raising about recycling of public officials. If there is people, if there is something that we ought to acknowledge, is that some of our biggest problems, and this is raised by Honorable Jordan in response to the additional funds, about ensuring that we spend the allocated resources for what they are meant for, and ensuring that there is no leaks, there is no leakage in the system where certain resources and allocation go to corruption. I agree with Honorable Jordan that that is important. It's very important that we ensure that the monies that are allocated for education really are spent on that. So as a result, it is very important that the people that are employed in administration, who are going to be responsible for managing these resources, are checked. Their credit records are checked, because it is one thing to employ a person, then we discover later on that person is actually an unrehabilitated criminal, So for me, I want to know how the department aims to deal with this specific issue, because it is a risk. It is quite a risk. And that will be my questions, Chair, because the issues on the 30 days, I think members have covered those issues. I don't know if the minister is still in the meeting, but I will allow the DG to Mr. Brown, do we have the written questions?
As the interpreter is back with us, Chair, I haven't received them from her as yet. I want to just check whether she's now audible. I think we may have been able to. Ms. Khanyago, are you able to unmute?
Yeah, it shows that she's unmuted, but we're not hearing anything. So just please check with her to send the written questions.
I'm waiting for a Chair. Thanks very much.
Yeah, in the meantime, let's get the responses. DG. DG. Is the DG in the meeting?
Chairperson, thank you, Mr. Padiachi. If the DG is not in, we can proceed to, I will indicate to the managers to respond to the questions the members have been asking.
Mr. Padiak, we're not going to allow that. We made it very clear when we started the meeting that we want the political heads to respond to our questions, especially on this report. Unless if you want us to adjourn this meeting and you can come back when you are ready to engage with the portfolio committee. Can the DG respond to, or can we find a DG? Because the minister assured us that the DG will be in this meeting.
I think Mr. Mahada will
can we get the DG to respond to the questions? Or lead the team in responding the questions, because it is not acceptable that the DG is not here when we were given assurance that the DG will be in the meeting by the minister. Honorable members, should we allow the department managers to respond to the other questions in the meantime?
Chair.
Honorable Shkwambana.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think we are not going to be held at ransom like this, particularly with the official, with the DG of the department, and also I'm not sure whether, like you indicated, if the minister is still in the meeting or not, but seemingly it seems like she's also not in the meeting. But we are going to have serious problems when we come to meetings like this. There are a lot of things that we should be doing. Of course, this is part of our work that we are doing here today. We have asked questions and directed to the DG and the minister. And now the DG is not here to respond to our questions. And the minister said to us, the DG will be part of this meeting. So I think this is a total disrespect of the committee from the department. The department does not respect this committee. And we have seen these red flags from long. And now it's just becoming worse when we have even taken time of ourselves asking questions and people are not there to answer our questions. We're not going to accept that. We need the DG to be the one responding to our questions. We need the minister to be the one responding to our questions, because they're direct questions that are directed to their office and they should be able to respond to us. Officials will just give us a by the way answers, and at some point we're going to be told some of our questions are going to be given in writing, whereas we did not ask these questions in writing. As members of parliament, we also ask questions to the minister in writing. And now when we come and do an oral questions here and our oral questions are not responded and we are being told that we are going to be responded in writing, it's something else. We can't continue like this, Chair. We can't. It's unacceptable.
Thank you, Honorable Shkwambane. Honorable Komani, just a shortened version so that we know if we are allowing the officials on the platform to respond. But I agree wholeheartedly, Honorable Shkwambane. As a result, I raised this matter when we started this meeting because I wanted the department to know that we are noticing a trend that we're not happy with. Honorable Komani.
Thank you, Chairperson. And then let me just is it two Komanis or is just me?
No, Honorable Komani. I see the DG is back in the meeting. Just I'm going to give you just a few minutes so that we can go back to the DG to respond. I want the DG to respond because we had given ourselves until 12:30 for this work. And if we're able to finish at that time, we can still ask follow-up questions. So just a few minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson. I was just about to confirm that we have been undermined in a platform of answering our question in a manner of writing. Our questions were not properly answered. They were just ticking boxes. And then if we will let it escalate to this standard, then so we know that our time is valued to nonsense, because we don't get what we must deliver to our people. We get problems. We get their problems on the ground. When they have to answer, then they do the ordinary job of their daily works, that of ticking boxes. Let them be with us as the chairperson have ordered. Your order must be prevailed. We need them here to answer us. They must never reduce the committee to that level that they are doing. We can't accept that. It's better they must never come here again to listen to us, because they don't add value in our conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Komane. I see, Honorable Low, you've lowered your hand, given that the DG is here. DG, are you ready to respond to the questions?
We are more than ready to respond, Chair. I struggled with connectivity like everyone else, but I'm now back.
No, DG, it's not everyone else who was struggling with connectivity, it was yourself.
No, I'm saying this is not a rare occurrence to me. I don't deny that at the time. It was me, and I'm saying I struggled with connectivity. But I'm back now. You can respond to questions, and we have written them down. Do you allow us to respond, Chair?
Yes, respond to the questions.
Well, I'm going to respond to others, and to some, I'm going to request the branch heads who are in the meeting to help me to respond to them. Others will get back in writing, as we always do. Let me start with Honorable Christian. And I'm going to request colleagues, there might be questions that I missed in the course of capturing what Honorable Christian was asking about the delivery of workbooks. Workbooks are the only LTSM that is delivered, which is audited externally. I want to repeat, there are auditors who are paid. It's a big project that happens across the entire country, and therefore we have employed auditors to check whether delivery has happened in every school. The reporting might have indicated pause, but at the end of each and every financial year, we tally the records, and they've never given us anything less than close to 100%, 99, 98. So I want to assure honorable members that indeed that happens. And they are delivered, as Honorable Low, I think, said, or Honorable Christian, that they are actually delivered in tranches. They are not delivered once. They are delivered in tranches of 2, in other instances in tranches of 4, in fact, for every quarter. Funza Lushaka, the employment of Funza Lushaka graduates is based on the availability of financial resources. We've said this, and I must accept that of now late, it's been very difficult for provinces to absorb Funza Lushaka buzzers because of the financial situation that we find ourselves in. I agree with you, Chair, and other honorable members welcoming the budget speech of the minister. We are hoping, especially when it comes to equitable share, that it will ease, as you correctly said in your opening remarks, the pressure that provinces are under. Is no longer only KZN that is on its knees. A number of provinces are on their knees. I've been visiting them. I started in January. I'm almost halfway now. I think I visited about 41 districts out of 75. it's very clear that there are serious problems, including what honorable members have raised here. There are instances in KZN where schools don't have basic resources from norms and standards for school funding. And Chair, you were on your oversight visit, you would have picked up some of these things, these challenges as well. The issue of the 30 days delay, I fully agree with the observation made by Honorable Christian and even Honorable Jordan. We should be doing better on this one with technology and all that is at our disposal in terms of the modern methods of tracking invoices than just a spreadsheet. We should have picked these things. I take that criticism and that observation, and I take it seriously that we have to do better. I'm not happy about this, that we have not met this target of paying our service providers within 30 days. I expressed it with the CFO. He has undertaken to take action and to mete out consequences against officials who are involved. I fully agree with the observation that you have made. I cannot agree more, indeed, with the observation that you have made. Well, with the data leaks, indeed, the matter is under Hawk's investigation. The alleged person to be involved has appeared before court, and the Hawks has made very good progress in getting even statements from other people. But we are working with the Hawks to do also our own internal investigation. The minister had asked for a progress report. In the fullness of time, honorable members, we should be able to favor you with a progress report. And we are making sure that this breach does not happen anymore. The difficulty is that when you work with Hawks, there are limitations. You might actually not be allowed to do anything, because when you do anything, then they say you are tampering with their investigation, and it might undermine, the integrity of their investigation processes. We're moving carefully on that one, just to make sure that we don't tremble on each other's toes, the law enforcement agencies like Hawks and others. Schools that do not provide breakfast. The reason why we wanted to modernize NSNP was to maximize benefits on economies of scale. The way the NSNP is provided now, and Dr. Whittle, I'm sure, if he's available, because he was traveling with Deputy Minister from overseas or somebody representing him, should be able to provide more information. It's because there are disparities in providing national school nutrition program. And the reason why I wanted to modernize this was to even centralize it and centralize control and monitoring, so that learners across the length and breadth of the country receive the same type of food at more or less the same amount of money that is paid. As it is at the moment, there are serious disparities. And some of the problems is that some provinces have employed too many service providers, and the provision of national school nutrition program is not cost effective. There's no way that in KZN they'll be able to provide breakfast and lunch. They've employed too many service providers, and therefore their modality is too costly. And the reason why I wanted to change this, and at some point we got stopped, is because we wanted to deal with exactly this, so that we maximize on economies of scale. But the minister is working with the line function together with myself to bring NSNP back and make sure that we run it much more efficient and taxpayers get value for money. I want to be woefully honest to say, at the moment, taxpayers are not getting value for money for the entire provision of the NSNP. And that's what we need to do, and do it urgently, so that taxpayers get value for money. And these are some of the programs where we can save some money and maximize the benefits, particularly to learners. Honorable Mugadi, I covered also Honorable Jordan's questions. I might have not covered all of them, but I've covered some. Yes, Honorable Mgadi, measurements and deadline of the department to have grade R practitioner qualifications corrected. We are dealing with this matter at the level of the ELRC. The ELRC is making good progress. They have done an independent audit across the 9 provinces. And Chair, I know that you had a lot of interest on this matter as well. I think we will reach some amicable solution where we are able to to talk to other institutions that are involved. Those who have qualifications which were not recognized before, so that we are able to recognize them, and those that do not have qualifications that meet the full requirements, we might actually fund them so that they are able, like we have done with other teachers who are underqualified, and get them to meet the full requirements of the National Senior Certificate. Moetapele Ntate Komane, ke atamisha le nna gape. We don't have ghost employees in the DBE. Provinces know how to deal with the issue of verifying the salary bill. They've been doing audits to deal with ghost employees. So from that point of provinces, they know. When I was in the provinces, the HOD, we used to do that, and they still do that up to now. People who steal funds from the department, definitely, fraud, we report it to law enforcement agencies. We've had fraud. We've reported it to law enforcement agencies. Some of our laptops that got stolen and so on. We do report all of this to law enforcement agencies. Partnership with correctional services, it's a very good proposal. We do have some projects with correctional services. We did have the issue of school furniture with them, and the issue of vegetables. It's a very brilliant suggestion. Moetapele Komani, it's an issue that we'll definitely look at and also discuss it with provinces. Challenges in placement of learners, particularly in Limpopo, we are coordinating that under Ms. Gaya's line function. Provision of textbooks is where, if we are given details. I'm in provinces, as I've indicated earlier on. I've picked some of them. I refer them to HODs. And so far, they've been able to deal with quite many of them, including school furniture. We went to some schools where learners were writing on their laps. I reported it immediately because I'm in KZN now. As soon as I'm done, I'm going to other districts and provinces. When we pick up these things, we link up with HODs. And so far, they've been able to respond, even though they have serious financial constraints. Okay, the Bella Act. Well, the minister would have said, we've made very good progress in working on the regulations, and the minister is preparing to come back to you so that we even give you progress that we are making in the development of the regulations. There's a team in place. It works with the Office of State Law Advisors. So we are making very good progress in the development of the regulations under the leadership of the minister. Honorable Shikwambana, there's an issue about breakfast, and I think I did speak to the issue that relates to the breakfast. Funza Lushaka is funded from the department, from the line function budget of the department, and then we work with provinces to place the graduates when funds allow, for that to happen. But Chair, let me also address the issue that you also raised earlier on. We do place graduates when funds allow. Funds, in a sense, post baskets Post baskets are created from the funds that are available to create posts. If funds are not available to create posts, even if these graduates are available, we are unable to absorb them. The sad thing is that some of them end up looking for a job elsewhere, which is part of the contract. We are allowed to keep them for some time. Beyond that period, then they are released from the contract and then they can go and look for employment elsewhere. The decision of CEM was that we no longer prioritize only Funza Lushaka graduates, but all graduates who qualified in education, we do prioritize them because people said it's unfair. Some parents had to sell their properties in order to take their children to university and pay for them. The state paid for those who graduated from Funza Lushaka, but there are some parents out of their own who had to pay for this. We had to consider them and give them employment opportunities, which we did. And I think it was the right thing to do. The issue of infrastructure challenges, the education infrastructure grant is now going to be merged with the education infrastructure backlog grant is now going to be merged with EIG, which is transferred to provinces. DBE will no longer have money to directly deliver infrastructure in provinces, which will give us more time to monitor delivery that happens in provinces. And even...
Chair, I think I'm not, my questions are not responded.
Okay, DG, are you, let's wait, Honorable Shkwambana. Let's allow the department to conclude the responses. DG, are you handing over to other heads to respond on other issues? Because it's been
they will come.
Okay.
Maybe if Honorable Shikwambana talks about NEFSAS. NEFSAS is not in our area, it's the area of higher education and training. Ours is Funza Lushaka, and I've responded to Funza Lushaka.
But my question was
Honorable Shkwambana, we're not going to do a dialogue. The question was, are there other service providers that you utilize to disperse?
Because they're also using NSFAS.
No, Honorable Shkwambana, no. Wait. No. Are there other service providers that you utilize to disperse the Funza Lushaka bursary, given the fact that, except NSFAS, given the fact that there is Funza Lushaka graduates or students that struggle yearly with receiving their funds? And that was the question.
No, you'll never get Funza Lushaka graduates struggling with getting their funds. And the line function will confirm this. It's not Funza Lushaka, it's NSFAS. Our graduates never struggle to get their money. We pay even in advance.
Okay.
And we even audit this. The Auditor General is involved. We don't have problems.
Okay. What I think maybe clarify this aspect, DG. Who do you give the funds, the Funza Lushaka bursary? Who do you disperse it to? The universities or NSFAS?
The line function will confirm, Chair. My recollection was that we pay to universities.
No, the report says
Honorable Shkwambana, I'm going to give you an opportunity for a follow-up. I'm going to give everyone an opportunity for a follow-up in the few minutes that are remaining. Let's allow the department to conclude their responses.
Yeah, Chair, just a few, then I'll request the branch responsible for Funza Lushaka just to clarify that matter.
Okay.
As to where do we pay? Do we pay universities or do we pay through Funza Lushaka? I mean, through NEFSAS. Sorry. Okay. The issue of infrastructure, I've responded to it. The Bella Act, I've responded to it. The issue of irregular expenditures in terms of the PFMA, we do mete out consequences. The challenge we have is with implementing agents. And those that do not mete out consequences, we cut dealings with them. We don't allocate projects to them anymore. But the fact that the money that used to be with us is now with provinces, this will not even be necessary because we won't be having any dealings with any implementing agents because that responsibility moves to provinces. Dealing with teacher absenteeism, we do deal with that. Even in our meeting, we do inquire from districts and provinces to monitor this, not only absenteeism of learners, but of all employees, including teachers. Delay on the delivery of projects. Yes, we do have this challenge with some of the implementing agents. We are dealing with it. There are penalties that we are building in, but there are also other measures that we are bringing in place so that we are able not only to over-depend on implementing agents, but we can also use existing contracts with contractors who will be able to take over even from implementing agents. The maintenance of schools, we came up with a policy, with a decision that says 60% of EIG must go towards maintenance. There are very few provinces that comply with that because they've got backlogs in the delivery of infrastructure. But it's an area that we definitely need to attend to and deal with. I'm responding to some of the questions raised by Honorable Lowe. Some of them I have responded to, like the ones that relate to learning and teaching support materials, such as the workbooks. Digital connectivity, we are working with the private sector. We have telcos who are involved. The 442 schools for learners with special education needs have been connected by telcos, although it remains work in progress, Chair. As you'd recall, our joint meeting with communication, we also provided information on this. And Chair, I've spoken to the issue of the workbooks, volume 1, this is volume 2. They are not delivered at the same time. But these are audited and we can make these records available to you. It's one project that we are very confident about, that we are getting value for money, and the delivery happens because we've got an independent auditor who checks on this. The issue of empowering local producers, we are trying to do this, but I think you are right. Maybe what we need to do is to track this even more, especially with money coming from the department, but also find ways of also working with provinces to track this down, to make sure. But 30% of any project goes towards local people to stimulate local economy. We do report to other agencies, including the Department of the relevant department that deals with the issues that are related to the empowerment of women, youth and people with disabilities. We did report to them. We provide these figures to them as well. And I'm sure in terms of projects that we are delivering in the department, we can provide this information. Chair, what we put on the APP, there are a lot of things that we are doing which we don't put on the APP. Honorable Lowe also talked about the issue of monitoring curriculum delivery. We're carrying a lot of activities which we do not reflect everything on the APP. And in the APP, generally, we just provide a summary of the things that we do. But I'm sure if we are required to provide for more, we can do that. Now, monitoring of NSNP, Honorable Chair, is done by DBE and departments.
Can you check down the...
Chair, your conversation that side is spilling over this side.
Hello, sorry. Apologies, DG, you can continue.
Yeah, I was saying, if we talk about monitoring, we do some of the monitoring, but the bulk of the monitoring is done by provinces. And we can get that data for you as well. I always maintain that there must be a monitor who monitors. You monitor us. We have to monitor provinces. Provinces have to monitor districts. Districts have got to monitor schools. Schools must monitor teachers and even parents. That's the value chain. So when we even talk about monitoring in terms of our targets, it's not a reflection of the entire monitoring that's happening in the system. But we are taking a sample, just like the AG would sample and not do the whole population, hoping that the rest of those who are part of the value chain cover what remains in the system. The issues that relate to KZN and Gauteng about poor planning, under expenditure in KZN and Gauteng, I'm going to ask the line functions to quickly help me with some of these things, Chair. I'll come back if we have not answered all of them. There are issues of Presidential Youth Employment Initiative. Mr. Padayaki is there, he can help us. Maybe we start with Mr. Padayaki quickly, and then we move to the branch responsible for teachers, and then we go to Mr. Kuno, and then we go to care and support and Ms. Gaya's line function quickly. I know that they won't take much of your time. Let's start with Mr. Padayaki. Mr. Padayaki, can you start, please?
Thank you, DG. Briefly on the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, which we refer to where involves education assistance and general assistance dealing with maintenance. In the last financial year, we did not have a program, but prior to that, we had 4 phases. The Treasury had not made an allocation in regard to it, and we were referred to the UIF for support. However, there were issues in terms of the UIF Act, where the department and any government institution could not receive funding. However, going forward in the next this coming financial year, there's a multi-funded agreement between Presidency, the UIF, the Department of Employment and Labor, and DBE. We're just waiting for the Presidency to sign. There would be a 4.1 billion made available. Probably will start in May, and also an additional 1.6 billion from Treasury, which will take care of the funding of provincial departments and the DBE to deal with training, as well as additional education assistance youths as well, which will take us to over 200,000 in the next in this coming financial year for 6 months in that regard. But it will involve training of this youth, plus looking at exit opportunities for their future going forward. So I'll pause there. We'll probably come back when we report on the APP for 2025-2026. Thank you, DG.
The branch responsible for teachers.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Faker, please proceed.
Thank you,
After
DG.
that,
And
Mr. Kuno, I don't know whether you want to say something. After Mr. Faker, then Ms. Gaya, and then Dr. Whittle.
thank you, DG. All protocols observed, and good afternoon to all the members of the portfolio the committee. I'm going to give over quickly to Ms. to Lala quickly. She will just answer the question with regard to the Funjulu Shaka, and then I will be dealing actually with the rest of the questions. Lala, over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members of Portfolio. Good afternoon, DG and senior managers. For Funza Lushaka, we do transfer funds to NSFAS, and NSFAS disperse the funds to the universities. But the universities, for them to receive the funds, they submit claims against the names of each of the students that would have qualified after our selections to claim for the bursary benefits of each of these students. When it comes to 2024, we have through efficient systems that were put in place in NSFAS, we were able to pay out the claims of all the 23 universities that we have students in. From the 1.2 billion that we are allocated, we have managed to pay over 954 million. And what is outstanding is 80 million. But that is outstanding, it's because the students that are involved there have actually received funding from NSFAS. Remember, NSFAS also funds bursaries on their own besides the Funza Lushaka. So they can be providing funds 2 times to a person. So the outstanding balance is where there's queries on double dipping, which we know that would be a finding from the side of AG. So HEIs are supposed to come back with information to show that there is no double dipping, but NSFAS has proof that in those cases there are double dipping. That is why we have not processed the 80 million that is outstanding. And I think it's only 10 institutions out of the 23 institutions where there is indication of double dipping. Thank you.
Thank you, Lala. I will deal with the outstanding questions. I think the very first question was asked by Honorable Christians already at the start of the questions. It deals with the appointment of the under 30s. Yes, we've got around about 35% that has only been appointed on a permanent basis. I think you can appreciate actually that the substitute educators, these are the educators that have been appointed in the position of a post that has already been filled in that regard. For example, if the educator has taken leave or gone on a Cushman leave in that regard. The contract educators, these are the contract educators, for example, that has been appointed in vacant substantive posts actually. And in order to boost the morale in that regard, we've got a collective agreement actually in place that after a period of being in the post for 90 days, they can be appointed on actually a permanent basis with other posts being advertised. We also, as all the members know, actually the Minister of Finance has also actually indicated that shortly there will be an exit a management package that will be made actually available, and that package is to encourage, for example, the older staff members to actually exit the system and encourage actually younger recruits to be employed by the state. With regard to the secret art educators, one of the other members requested in terms of the qualifications, there's basically 2 types of qualifications. What they can be appointed on a permanent basis, subject to there being a vacant substantive post at a particular school. That is a diploma in grade R, and of course the B.Ed actually a qualification. The chairperson has asked a question with regard to how many permanent qualified educators we've got in the system. We've got around about 8,817, and based in terms of the amount of learners actually that we've dealt with in terms of we're dealing actually with the Bella Act, that was a bill at that particular time. EMA system indicated we've got around about 760,000 learners actually in the system. I'm sure that figure will be a bit higher now as going forward as a result actually that there's now a compulsory subject actually at schools. The contract educators at the Gauteng education department, Gauteng has always had a problem actually with regard to the appointment of contract educators. They've got a system that takes a bit longer. However, actually These are all indicators that is basically in a substantive vacant post that's been appointed on a contract basis, and once the 3 months has expired in that regard, as I've indicated, we will actually monitor to ensure actually that those indicators be appointed on the permanent basis as well. I think DG and Lala's covered actually all the other questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'll deal with 1 or 2 issues that relate to finance. Just to add on what the DG said, on the 30-day payment, yes, we've issued written warnings to the affected officials. But I must just indicate, because when the honourable member asked the questions, she indicated that the contractors are not paid and they are leaving site. This matter of 30 days does not involve contractors. It's a matter involving an internal travel agent. It doesn't involve contractors. So the contractors are not paid directly by us, basically, as we've indicated. They are paid by implementing agents. So we don't deal directly with contractors as such. We give advance payments to implementing agents who then pay the contractors, and at the end of once they've paid the contractors, they give us the invoices, and we then account for those advances as expenditure. The other issue, Chair, is the issue of conditional grant. I think it was asked by Honourable Mugadi. How's the spending happening, and related. We do get reports. We consolidate reports of conditional grants for all the provinces now and then. We are busy consolidating the one for the end of February, and preliminary information that we have is that for all the conditional grants, the provinces have spent 91%, which is within the norm, because as at the end of February, we left with 1 month, which is 8.33% of the financial year. So the 91%, I think, is on par. The only thing, Chair, that we need to indicate is that one of the conditional grants, EIG, the Education Infrastructure Grant, we were able to see on time that one of the provinces, Limpopo, was underspending on EIG, and we have since gotten Treasury approval, and there's been a gazette to that effect that some of the money underspent should be transferred to overspending provinces, which is KZN and the Free State. And this happens, Chair, within the ambit of the Division of Revenue Act. Because the challenge is that if you don't transfer these monies from one province which is underspending to another which is overspending, we run the risk of losing this money from the sector. This happens every now and then. For example, whereas Limpopo may be underspending this year on infrastructure, on EIG, and the other 2 provinces may be overspending, the opposite may be the case next year, such that we transfer from those provinces to those that are underspending. That's EIG, Chair. But with regards to the other infrastructure, the other conditional grants, whereas not all conditional grants are doing well, you find a situation where none of the provinces are overspending such that they can absorb money from other provinces which are underspending. So that's why it's only on the Education Infrastructure Grant where it was very clear that whereas you have one province underspending, you do have other provinces who can absorb the funds. And I think there's just one issue, maybe it's a small issue, it may not involve finance, but I thought that the DG may have missed it. It was asked by Honourable Komani, where he mentioned that in the LTSM that we give to schools, we should consider giving TIPAC. TIPAC, if I'm not mistaken, is the printing paper, because in some schools, for example, in Limpopo, you'd find a situation where children are required to, at the beginning of the year or at some stage, to bring a full bunch of this typing paper. And you can imagine, Chair, where a family is destitute, that they may not be able to do that. But I think it's something that we will just note as the department to say in the LTSM that we provide, is it possible for us to make provision for TIPAC? Thanks. Back to you, DG. Oh, yeah, I think it's Ms. Gaya's turn. Sorry.
Ms.
Thank you
Gaya,
very much.
and then Dr. Whittle, and then Mr. Mafuku, please.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to the honorable members and the chairperson. So just to elaborate further on what DJ had already explained around the workbooks, the chairperson had asked when is volume 2 used, and volume 2 is the books that are used in the third and the fourth quarter. There are 2 volumes that we print, and the first volumes are used in term 1 and 2, and volume 2 is used in term 3 and 4. And then in terms of just in this particular term or quarter, the low delivery in some provinces like Mpumalanga was mentioned. That is, as DJ has explained, we were in the process of delivering the textbook, the workbooks from the warehouses, and they have a program, like a timetable of delivery, and they have to deliver it to certain people that must receive it in the school. It's either the principal or the deputy principal who has to sign proof of delivery. They make appointments with these persons to be able to deliver the books so that they can sign it. And it's only when that has been signed as proof of delivery that we can then, they send it back to the department and we can reconcile it. You will see when we report on quarter 4 that there's improvement in all of the volume 2 books that have been delivered, and that we had reached 100% of the delivery. And then in terms of investment or increased investment in ECD, yes, the network was a bit bad, so I couldn't get the whole question. But certainly, we do require increased investment into ECD. We have recently received an increased budget that has been pronounced, and this would help us to go a long way in terms of looking at what are the areas that we need to provide additional, either resources or look at, what is required to help the ECD centers to move from bronze to silver in the maths registration drive, or to bring about increased access of learners who are not currently in the system into the system to get early learning programs. And so all of this, in terms of the increased funding that is there, it would go a long way towards helping us with what it is that we want to invest in ECD to give our learners a better opportunity and to leave no learner behind. And then in terms of this tie back papers that the schools are asking, some schools are asking parents to purchase. So that's not purchased, that paper is not purchased from the stationery funds for a school. The school utilizes its own funds largely, either through the transfer of the funds that we send to the school in terms of our school fees model that we use. Alternatively, they use that money, so they use it basically from goods and services, and that, I think the main reason why provinces, in some instances, schools are asking parents to help them to pay for that is where the province has delayed those transfers. There were examples of problems of budgets and transfers of funds in KZN in particular, and in Northern Cape there were such examples as well. I'm not sure which example of which provinces may be, but I know that in those 2 provinces there are delayed problems around the funding, which might be the reason why they are trying to solve some of the problems in this way. If there's more information on that, we could get the details of that and establish the true facts around that. DG has already spoken to Bella. And then the issue around the SGB targets and the 15, target, if that is a reason to celebrate. So what has happened on the SGB, you remember that we had conducted the SGB elections in 2024, and that this is the period that we are reporting on is now beyond that. So what happens after the elections is that you do mass training of all the new SGB officials that have been elected. And thereafter, we then do mop-up training. This is either in cases where members have been replaced for some reason or other, or where the SGBs did not undergo the training because they did not perhaps conduct the elections in the time period stipulated, and it happened later. So they were delayed on the training. And so that's why the number of the target in the mop-up is based on that, because we're doing a mop-up here. It's not the mass training that has already happened. We are now focusing on areas that we have to look at in terms of covering the areas that either you're redoing the training, or you are for people that have been replaced, or you are conducting training for those who have not yet had their elections on time. And then I think I have spoken to the issue of Mpumalanga, so I've covered all the areas. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Chair, just a quick one. I forgot to indicate Honorable Sikwambana asked a question about overspending, whether there are any programs where we are overspending. We don't have. We do watch the budget very closely. The last time that the department had an overspending or unauthorized expenditure issue was in 2014, 2015, about 6.4 million. Consequence management has happened. Parliament has presided over that matter. It has been approved without funding. We're waiting for Treasury to make to get the appropriate legislation in place for that for us to use some of the funds to fund that. So we don't have an overspending problem, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll deal with all the issues related to Program 5. So the DG has covered most of the issues around the NSNP. Those relate to the issue of the breakfast, the additional meal that Honourable Jordan has raised, as well as the targeting issue that both Honourable Jordan and the Chair have raised. Chair, in terms of the HIV conditional grant, just to indicate that over the last 20 years or so as a country, we've done really well in terms of the implementation of this particular grant. I think that the prevalence rate that you've quoted is incorrect. The current prevalence rate in terms of the HSRC prevalence study of 2022 for the age cohort that you've quoted, 15 to 19, is at 5.2% prevalence rate. The rate for 15 to 49 is in fact the one that you've quoted, which is 17%. But that is, obviously including those much older than 15 years. But just to say that we track incidence in particular, and as far as incidence is concerned, and incidence refers to new infections, we've done really well as a country to bring that rate down. The one concern that we do have for the 15 to 19 years cohort, Chair, is that girls are still impacted at twice the rate as boys, 5.6% for girls versus 3 percentage points for boys, and that is a concern and attention to on an ongoing basis. Just to say, the monitoring of the business plans is an important mechanism for us because we track the development and the evolution of the pandemic. And we guide the provinces in terms of how to adjust those business plans to give maximum impact. So for example, currently we know that the prevalence rate for 0 to 14 is something like 1.2%. And so from the next financial year, we intend to shift our focus much more to secondary schools where the impact of HIV is so much higher. And so those are important mechanisms that we use to guide provinces in terms of how we respond to the pandemic. The issue of the health screening, Chair, we do quite a bit of work there. As you've indicated, we screen quite a number of children. We screen for eyes, for ears, for teeth. And the challenge that we have here is, of course, working with the Department of Health to ensure that those services are provided post the screening. We do HIV, we do HPV, which is the vaccine that we give to girls in grade 4 and 5 to prevent cervical cancer. We're doing about 500,000 girls a year. And because the Department of Health has advised us that they're going to shift from a regime of 2 vaccinations 6 months apart annually to only 1, we've had the opportunity to now, from 2025, extend that program to independent schools as well. And we've consulted with the independent school sector. And from February of this year, we started rolling out HPV, the 1 dose, to both public and independent schools. I think DG has covered the issue of the GBV target because it's linked to the NSNP1. And then I just wanted to say, Chair, in terms of the recital of the preamble of the Constitution, yes, we do provide guidance to schools on how to implement that. And of course, we track that on an ongoing basis because we have to report as part of that process to the presidency. And so we track that on an ongoing basis. And we continue to provide guidance to schools on how we can maximize the impact there. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, on the infrastructure issues, good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. Just 2 questions that DG did not cover. He covered almost all the questions relating to infrastructure. The first question relates to contracts that were cancelled. What were the specific challenges that were experienced? Chair, I have to indicate that due diligence is done before any contractor is appointed to a project. However, during the construction period, you find out that one particular contractor might not be meeting the targets as per the contract stipulations. Just as an example, if a contract was supposed to take 6 months, 3 months down the line, the contractor is not even at 50%. Then we start issuing what we call moral letters. The contract, the JBCC, which is a contract that we use, stipulates that you issue 3 moral letters to the contractor at specific intervals to indicate that you are not satisfied with the performance. And this, the contractor must indicate how he or she is going to catch up with regards to the stipulations of the contract. And if that is not the case, or if the contractor does not respond appropriately, then we institute processes of terminating the contract. In some instances, you might even find that the contractor has abandoned site altogether, and we have to find the contractor in order to issue those moral letters. There are also issues of poor workmanship on a contract, that in many instances we will issue notices to the contract that he must do good of the poor work that we have identified. And in the absence of remedial work being done, then we start the processes of terminating those contracts. The second issue is in relation to the delays in the implementation of projects. As DG has indicated, this happens at the level of the implementing agents. and at provincial level. But as the DBE, what we have done, we instituted some kind of a study, and one of the findings was that the historical approaches in terms of the planning and implementation of infrastructure projects were not appropriate, and we had to relook at these implementation modalities. And that is why we came up with what is called a 10-point strategy. I'll just highlight a few of the things that we identified that we are implementing in order to improve the delivery of infrastructure, especially in provinces. First of all, we need to have reliable planning information. That is why we have instituted processes to have condition assessments across all the 9 provinces so that we have reliable planning information. Secondly, we have simplified our planning processes such that it becomes very easy and everybody is able to understand that. Thirdly, we have also simplified the supply chain processes, especially with regards to having framework agreements, such that we simplify the process that we don't have to go out on tender for every single project. You have a database of contractors that are pre-qualified, and as and when there is a contract that needs to be activated, then you are ready with a pre-qualified list of contractors and you are able to select from that, of course, with a fair and equitable process as per the PFMA. And we are also looking at issues of local subcontracting, and I think this will answer what the chair has referred to in terms of our attitude towards issues of local content and empowering local contractors. And we have also looked at issues of selecting the correct contract for a particular project. A contract for a maintenance project is different for a contract for a fully fledged school. So you need to be able to select a correct contract for that particular project. And we are assisting provinces with regards to that. The last one is around issues of monitoring, what we call gateway reviews, ensuring that you monitor the projects from across its value chain, right from the point where you identify a project up to a point where a project is completed. There needs to be reviews across the entire value chain and also monitoring over the entire life cycle of a project to ensure that you identify issues at every stage of a project as the project progresses. We are implementing all those issues with provinces, and we are beginning to see the fruits of the 10-point plan in terms of especially the new projects that are being implemented, that are coming through the system. And as we have indicated that even from the DBE, we are increasing our monitoring capacity. We are able to pick up whatever issues that are coming up from provinces right at an early age and provide that support to provincial departments in order to ensure that we have a seamless process in terms of implementation of projects. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honorable members, those are the responses. I'm going to allow for very few, and please summarize the follow-ups, because we do need to get to the minutes of the previous meeting, because we couldn't adopt minutes in the last meeting. So I'm going to allow for follow-ups, quick, straight to the point follow-ups. Honorable Komani.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. For my first point, I would like to appreciate the DG for at least being so multilingual. At least he helped to understand what I was talking about, whereas it's not completed. But my point is on this page. As far as he seemed to consider the thing of going to sit with the Department of Correctional Services, they must be very clear that for this proposal, we don't want the ex-offenders or the probationers to be closer to our children at schools, as that can nullify our suggestion. The only thing that they do if they are going to negotiate with them, they must see how, if they agree, where to meet their project outside the schools. That is the point that I want to raise. So that we must never find ourselves as member of parliament indulging our capacity when we're going to match ex-offenders, probationers with our children, because we know how will be the consequences. Up to so far, the only thing again is just to consider that each and every meeting before we start, we must make sure that we look after our interpreters, because we are feeling very absent on what is happening. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Komani. Honorable Shkwambana.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is on two issues. First, it should be noted that the DG is not aware where is the taxpayers' money in a form of Funzalishaka is being given to dispense in order to reach the students who are pursuing a teaching degree. It's noted, he's not aware, he does not know. Secondly, with the question of the business breakfast meeting that the minister had during a visit in the province that we mentioned, Free State, Gauteng, Northern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal. There's no answer there. It means that that breakfast, it was a breakfast.
It doesn't have stress meat.
It was a breakfast of elites that did not produce anything, and the department is not benefiting anything or did not benefit anything from that visit. I mean, from that breakfast meeting that they had, and our kids and our schools are not going to benefit anything. It's just people just agree to meet each other and talk and have fun, and it ends there, and they are using taxpayers' money for that matter. So that should be noted. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Ngobo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to you and members of the Portfolio Committee, the department and the support. Just one straightforward question, very short. It's in connection with the training of the SGBs. I mean, it happens all the time in different provinces, but in particular, I'll give an example with KwaZulu-Natal. They know. They always take powers away from the governing bodies. I'm just making an example. When it's time for the interviews, why is it so if these people are properly trained? Now, what I want to know from the department is how often do these trainings take, and how credible are they, and what evidence do they follow up with in order to get as the department, main national department, that these trainings are taking place? Because I do have information that in some cases they are simply called into a hall, and it takes X number of hours, and then they go and say they have trained the governing bodies when there is so much work, very delicate to do, that they need to be trained on. Thank you very much. I left the others, Chair, because of time.
Thank you, Honorable Ngobo. DG, I think the issue of, firstly, the department pays to NFSAS. It's what creates the risk. And that's something that you should look at as a department. NFSAS has had many challenges. And because of those challenges, and because you are paying to them, an institution that is having challenges, as a result, the end user, which is in this case the university and the student, actually the student, because if the student has not paid, the university harasses the student. So that is why the end user then suffers. You need to look at that model and tell us the framework or the policies that forces the department to utilize that model, and how do we enhance that model to ensure that the beneficiaries of this bursary, because we will ask you about it. It's your bursary, it's in your documents, so we'll tell you when Funza Lushaka recipients are struggling and they're complaining, whereas you, on your own papers, you take it as an indicator or an achievement or a target met because you've just transferred money from your accounts to NFSAS, and the problem then becomes between NFSAS and the end user. Number two, when you speak about TIPEC, one, you need to tell us about this thing where you provide workbooks and still parents are responsible to buy certain stationaries, because the complaint is that other parents can't afford the stationaries. Other households are child-headed households and they can't afford this stationary purchases. Sometimes learners are told to go buy a TIPEC or two choirs, and that for us is an issue that you should look into. The training of SGBs, if you're saying you do training once, when the SGBs are appointed, and then you do a mass training once, it's not adequate. And it's not adequate because we are seeing the impact of that when we visit schools, that there is other areas where the SGB, in areas where the SGB is actually playing their roles, you see the school really flourishes. And these are the schools we saw in KZN where, despite the challenges, but academically the school was performing very well because you could tell that the SGB is involved, the SGB understands their roles. But in other areas, you get there and you get a sense that the SGB doesn't understand their own role. So maybe let's look at the model of training of SGBs and engage us on how do you plan to improve it so that it's effective. On the HIV and AIDS statistics, the Southern African statistics says, and this is what I was quoting, and this is a quotation that speaks to young women between the ages of 15 and 19. In South Africa, and this is what I quoted, that young women, specifically in South Africa, if you speak about South Africa specifically, the stat says the statistics is at around 7.9 for young women between the ages of 15 to 19. So we are asking specifically on the impact of young women, because the prevalence is in mostly young women as opposed to young men. And that is the statistics specifically for South Africa. But for Southern Africa, the statistics is at 17%, and it has risen from 5% to 17%. We do not dispute that we've done much as a country. We've come a long way in terms of our fight against HIV and AIDS. As a result, when such prevalences occur and such reports come into light, we get worried because it means we are moving backwards, as in we should be moving forward. So it is not true that there is a significant reduction. In terms of young women between those ages, there isn't any reduction. And as a result, we're still questioning, do we go further? Because you're saying, yes, we do monitor. In terms of your monitoring, what are the challenges? Why do we still have these prevalences? Because if indeed these business plans, and we're not speaking about the investment we've done in this area, we're speaking about the business plan, the actual work on the ground. If indeed they're effective, shouldn't we be nearing an HIV-free generation? Shouldn't we be getting there? So my argument is that, Dr. Whittle, instead of being defensive about it, what we should be saying is that maybe let's evaluate these business plans that we have that are submitted by provinces, and let's look at how we make them more impactful, so that when we come back and we engage on this matter, we've got much, much lesser prevalences. I think I'll leave it there, DG. On other reports, because we've asked about the total number of grade R teachers in the system, those who are, please do submit us, because I understand those are numbers you might not have at your disposal now, but please do send us written responses. I'm going to allow the DG to wrap up responses for these follow-up questions. The others were for noting. The others were follow-up questions. Please just wrap up on them so that we can go into the second item. DG?
No, thank you very much, Chair, and to honorable members. Honorable Komane, we've taken note of your caution, and I accept it 100%. In moving with the proposal, learners have to be protected. Honorable Shikwambana, I take your observation. I think I might have slipped, and I'm happy that Ms. Maje was able to cover this point and correct it. I might have stated it incorrectly, and she helped me. Otherwise, I would have misled the meeting. And I will accept that, where I have done things in a manner that I shouldn't have done them. Honorable Chair, we take your advice, and I think on matters particularly of HIV and AIDS, there's a lot of work that is done by NGOs, including SANEF and others around HIV and AIDS. It's better that we get the work that is done by other people than us sounding like we defending ourselves. But otherwise, in areas where we might have fully not responded to questions, as we always do, we'll forward detailed responses. And I also want to profusely apologize in instances where we might have left an impression that the committee is disrespected. The minister respects oversight structures of parliament a lot. And she's very unambiguous about that. And she's always reminding us that we must answer questions to the best of our abilities and provide the information that oversight structures of parliament require. Minister emphasizes the point always that when we report to you, and this is a statutory reporting meeting, it's not just an ordinary meeting, we take it serious. Number two, when we account to you, we account to people of the South Africa. That's the view of the minister. And I want to emphatically point that the fact that the minister is not here when we have to answer questions, the apology was tendered, and I'm humbly requesting the meeting to accept that apology. The minister would have not really have loved to leave an impression of disrespecting the committee. I further commit, Chair, that for questions that we have not answered in full and issues that you have raised in terms of HIV and AIDS, we'll go back and even provide more information. On NEFSAS, I fully agree with you that we need to assess the risk of paying this money through NEFSAS. And if we've got other alternatives, we should consider that in the interest of learners. So I'll leave it there, Chair, for now. And thank you very much for allowing us to respond to questions that you've raised and for an honest and open engagement. We will improve next time when we meet in areas where we didn't come out as strong as we should be. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the team of DBE and the staff of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. We will do as we usually do, to send you questions that we believe were not responded to, especially we want that commitment from yourself on the training of SGBs, that you'll enhance it. It's very important for the leadership of the schools. So we'll write to you. So thank you very much to you and the team. And we're going to release you now so that we can deal with our last item. Thank you very much, and you are released from the meeting. Mr. Brown, in the meantime, can we just flight the minutes? all the
Long
outstanding.
live the chair and the committee. Thank you.
Bye-bye, DG. Okay. Honorable members, let's deal with the minutes. These are the first set of minutes. These are the minutes of the joint meeting. We did go through these minutes. We just said that we wanted to check with the other portfolio committee on how they're dealing with them, and we got an indication that they processed the minutes themselves on their part as they are with no corrections. We did go through these minutes. We've had these minutes for quite some time. So I want to check if honorable members want to make any comment, any corrections, amendments, or and then we adopt the minutes. And this applies to members who attended this joint committee sitting to deal with this petition. Honorable members, any corrections, amendments, can we, or are we not adopting these minutes?
Chair, I think the minutes, they are a true reflection of what we discussed about in the meeting previously. I move to adopt it.
Thanks, Honorable Shkomba. Honorable Law.
Oh, thanks, Chair. I move to second the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Law. It's important that this set of minutes for us, we conclude them, because the meeting, we are going to now action some of the recommendations of this meeting, which is us going to Northwest on next week, Monday. The second set of minutes, Mr. Brown. Now, this the minutes of the committee were held on the 11th of March last week. This is the minutes where, this is a meeting where we're receiving a briefing on the impact of SONA, and we received a briefing both by the Western Cape Education Department and the Gauteng Education Department. Now, are there any proposals, are there any corrections, amendments that members want to effect on the minutes? We are taking the minutes as read because we have received them ahead of time. Any amendments? Corrections? Okay, can we see hands that want to adopt the minutes of the 11th of March 2025? Honorable Law.
Oh, thank you, Chair. As one will have went through the minutes, I would wish to adopt the minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Law. Honorable Jordan.
Thank you, Chairperson. I second the adoption of the minutes. And then, Chair, just if, before we close the meeting, if it's possible for us to just quickly discuss planning and programming, I would really appreciate that.
Honorable Jordan, I did not get the last part.
I'm making a request to you, Chairperson, unrelated to the minutes, that before closing the meeting, if we could just quickly discuss planning for our committee, I would really appreciate that.
No problem. Hello. Okay. The minutes are adopted. The next set of minutes, Mr. Brown. This is the last set of minutes, right?
Yes, Chair, there's the 18th of February, which we have on the screen now.
Yes, I mean, this is the last set of minutes.
Last set for today.
Yeah, I know that we have only, yeah. Okay, so this is the 18th February minutes, which we were discussing the ECD integration, the update report on ECD integration. We would have received this minute some time ago. Are there any corrections, any amendments on this minutes? Okay, can we then see hands that want to adopt the minutes of the 18th of February? Honorable Mgadi. Honorable Mgadi.
Thank you, Chair. I adopted the minutes.
Okay, Honorable Mgadi moves for the adoption of the minutes. Any seconder?
Chair,
Honorable Law.
I second Chair, Honorable Law.
Okay, the minutes, all the minutes that were outstanding are fully adopted and seconded. Now, honorable members, as I had said to yourselves, please check your emails for the itinerary, the briefing on the oversight program for next week. To Mr. Brown, we are finalizing the oversight report of KZN. We're going to send to members. We are trying very hard. I'm trying very hard with our support team to ensure that we finalize reports in time so that we don't adopt reports late. So we're going to try to finalize this the oversight report between today and tomorrow, send it to members and give yourselves this week and the following week, because we're not going to have a committee meeting, to really go through the report, make amendments through the Secretary's office. And then when we then meet in the following meeting, we're going to then adopt that report so that they're able to ATC it and we're able to present that report to Parliament. Honorable Yordan, you wanted to raise certain issues on programming.
Yes, Chairperson, just with relation to the oversight visits, Chair, it's been incredibly difficult to be able to plan and prepare for the oversight weeks if we don't receive the program in advance. And I acknowledge the comments that you've just made, and we appreciate being able to receive the draft program. But it's Tuesday already. We are yet to be made aware of our flight details. We don't know which schools we'll be visiting, and it's rather uncomfortable to be, sort of rummaging around for information ahead of each and every oversight visit. So, Chairperson, I'm just politely requesting that we please improve on this, because it could also have financial implication in future if we're unable to attend oversight visits and we don't comply with the quality requirements of the accommodation that we book, for example, or the flights that taxpayers are essentially paying for. So that's just one point, Chairperson. And then secondly, I'm just requesting that the administration of the committee please engage with, I don't know, whoever it is that deals with programming generally when it comes to attendance of the minister and her department for our meetings. Now, Chairperson, I know this has been mentioned many times during our meeting, but we don't actually know whether there had been any behind the scenes engagement to try and improve on this. Many members have mentioned their discontent with the attendance issue, but surely as a committee we can't expect of a person to be in two places at once. And to my understanding, this often happens when the minister needs to appear to our committee, or even when she needs to respond to questions in our cluster, where she's required to move between the NCOP and then the NA, making it incredibly difficult for us to also, be done justice, if I can say that. And then, of course, the issue of cabinet meetings. I mean, I can understand if a person is stuck between a rock and a hard place, not knowing which one to attend and to account to, when it's just impossible to be able to satisfy both. So if there can just be an attempt from our part as a committee as well, Chair, to engage with the administration of the cabinet for a request of availability, or I don't know. I think you are getting the gist of what I'm trying to say, but surely we can't just, leave the matter as is and then complain at each and every meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Jordan. Honorable members, the oversight visits. Okay, the first thing is the scheduling. We adopt a terms program, and we do that ahead of the start of the new term. However, sometimes we adopt this term program without the House scheduling committee having set and decided when exactly are committee weeks, when are oversight weeks. But immediately when we receive that, we then adjust the term program accordingly, and then we then inform members. Now, where the issue is that every oversight that must be undertaken, we must actually apply, deal with application, and receive approval. So without approval, we can't really issue out programs and itineraries. But what Honorable Jordan is raising is really noted. So what we will do, the forum where we get to engage on the challenges we meet in committees and in the functioning of committees, is a chairperson's forum, which is under the House Chair Frolik. So we do have those meetings, and where we raise various issues about the functioning of committees and the kind of support, additional support we believe we require. So this is one issue that we will raise on how do we ensure that the application process for example, we would have submitted this application some time ago last week ourselves because we needed to do all the quotations, and it was only approved, I think it was Friday, late afternoon. So we would have submitted it the other week, and then it's only approved on Friday. And that's when you can really start engaging with members. So I fully understand the frustration, and that's something we'll raise in the chairperson's forum so that we try and get an effective way of dealing with oversight cases and the timely preparations to allow members to plan and to prepare. Secondly, on the issue of the programming, we will raise it again in that platform as well, to say perhaps the House Chair should engage or officially write to the leader of business to say these are the issues that committees are worried about, or they are concerned with in terms of the availability of ministers, and of course also the scheduling of sittings between NCOP and NA, where one department is expected, even if it's on the same day. I think we should agree on the scheduling and giving the minister or the department different time slots, so that they're able to attend to both houses. So that is noted, and that is something that we will take up in that platform. We will raise it in that platform. And of course, we will give some form of a feedback on the commitments made by the House Chair to engage the relevant committees in Parliament. With that said, honorable members, and thank you, Honorable Jordan, for bringing the matter. With that said, thank you very much, members, for your time. And please be on the lookout. Do engage with Mr. Brown, starting from today, on your arrangements on where you will be, so that by tomorrow or by Thursday, Mr. Brown should have really be in a position to give you your itineraries, and so that we deal with the issue of having to do things last minute. Thank you very much for your time, and sorry for eating into your lunchtime. I really apologize, but the meeting is urgent.
Recording stopped.